Okay, I think we are ready to make a start. If I was not the first person to speak, I was going to use that line, protocol observed, but unfortunately I will have to establish the protocol since I'm the first one to have a word. The Vice-Chancellor and Principal of our university, Professor Mahlo Mokgalong in absentia, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Teaching and Learning, Professor Richard Madache, and the Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Partnerships, Professor Jessica Singh in absentia, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Professor Satsope Mautu in absentia, and the Faculty Research Professor, Professor Lisibana Rafapa, the Director of our school, Professor Kheja Maruma, and the Director for International Affairs, Professor Nomcebo Mbambo Kekana, the President of AMISA, which is the Association for Mathematics Education in South Africa, Dade Manare Setati, the Head of Department for the Department of Mathematics, Science and Technology Education, Professor Suresh Singh, our guest, Professor Jacobson, curriculum advisors from various districts of the Limpopo Provincial Department of Education present here, staff from the Department of Math, Science and Technology Education, and our colleagues from Marketing and Communication, our postgraduate students for Maths Education who are here, AMISA members who are also here, and everyone else present and joining us online. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At least those who are here, I should be able to hear it, but for those who are joining us via the live stream, they will do some reactions there. We are starting with our program for the day, and I am not going to say much at the start. I will just start by looking at where we are going to be starting with our program and the few changes that have been made on the program. We are supposed to be starting with a word of welcome, and the adjustment is that the word of welcome will be from the Faculty of Humanities, and it will be handed by the Faculty Research Professor, Professor Rafapa, who will immediately invite the executives here for a message of support, Professor Madache, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, and also invite the Director for International Affairs, Professor Mbambo Kekana, and then I will come back to give further direction in terms of the running of our program after the executives have delivered their message of support. So as it is, ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for the Faculty of Humanities Research Professor, Lisibana Rafapa.
I thank you, Dr. Program Director, Dr. Mukwana. I'm afraid to say protocol observed. I nearly said so because he did that for me. All the same, DVC-ship in the person of Professor Madache, the executive of AMESA, our Director of International in the International Office, the departmental and school leadership, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome to today's deliberations. As they say in our African language, "Lerago la moeng le bewa ke mong gae." That's all I'm going to be doing here, just to confirm that Lerago la moeng le bewa ke mong gae being the Faculty of Humanities. Our Executive Dean and the Faculty Executive Committee, particularly our Executive Dean, Professor R.S. Mautu, gave me the message that I should say to you, please feel most welcome. We wish you the most fruitful, the most trenchant, the most incisive, and the most seminal deliberations in this very, very crucial intellectual and research interaction, focusing in the specialization of DIMSTE, the department within the faculty, of course, under the School of Education. I would also love to express my particular welcome to our guest, Professor Jacobson, and in the same breath, congratulate the departmental leadership for this time actually settling on the most apt leader who will be here to prick our intellectual muscles so that we engage very deeply with the issues around mathematics education, and more specifically around lesson, what is the theme, by the way? Lesson study. I sometimes forget I'm standing in front of mathematics experts. I shouldn't have said the most apt choice. I should have said, using measurement terms, the most accurate choice in the person of Professor Jacobson. Professor Jacobson, welcome. We appreciate particularly the role we have played, and we see a lot of parallels between the role you'll be playing here today and the roles, the leadership roles you've already played. You're having been involved in Brazil and Australian and Malawian projects focusing on what we're grappling with today, clearly indicates the aptness and the accuracy of choice by the departmental leadership to have you in our midst today. There is no doubt that if it were to be someone who hasn't participated in an environment like ours in South Africa, where we still have lingering color blindness. We know that researchers like Marcia Milazzo have indicated that we are now in the grip of globalization. We can call it civilization progress, yet unfortunately all these are clad in color blindness being one of the tools in the technology of racism that has been there, continues to be there, and is threatening to continue to exist in future in new guises. So much similarly to the way we're still living with it today in whatever guises we might mention today. So we're so confident and grateful, very thankful, that not only will your focus and the deliberations be about mathematics, the speciality, the theme, but will also be addressing the context that we are facing as a nation in the South. What do they call us? In the northern and western hemispheres. They call us the global South, impoverished, marginalized, and you didn't choose to always gallivant in cozy corners of the northern and western hemispheres. You have always associated with us, the marginalized of the world, the Brazils, the South Africas, the Australias, the Aborigines, the Mestizos, and so on. With these few words, I would love just to say, this was just by way of saying welcome to everybody. I thank you.
Joel. Program Director, Dr. Mukwana, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mokhalong, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Partnerships, Professor Singh, Executive Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Professor Mautu, the Director of the School of Education, Professor Maruma, the Director of International Affairs, Professor Mbambo Kekana, the Head of Department of Mathematics, Science and Technology Education, Professor Singh, our honored guests, esteemed visitor, as it were, Professor Jacobson, all the way from Norway, honored guests from the university and outside the universities, Chair of AMESA, Manari, Sitat, and members of AMESA as a whole, academics from the Department of Dempster and even from the university and sister universities who are present physically and those who have joined virtually, students, and then we also have curriculum advisors, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. And indeed, the welcoming has been done. And for us as an institution is to render support to projects of this type. As Prof. Rafapa has already alluded to, mathematics and even science subjects are deemed to be a challenge in the country currently. And in many studies, South Africa does not fare well. We are almost always occupying not a very good position when it comes to maths. We are therefore grateful that today we have an esteemed scholar in the person of Professor Jacobson, who has been in this field for many years. And we trust the interactions that we are going to have today will also help us to generate recommendations that are going to help us to improve especially performance by our learners and students, and even ourselves as academics. What should be done in order to improve performance in maths? And of course, in all areas of study. But if I may zoom in on a bit on maths, as you are aware, maths is regarded as a gateway subject that if you do not perform well in maths, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to get admission into critical programs such as medicine, optometry, pharmacy, accounting. The list is endless. But the issue is that if your performance in maths is not good, the gates are like closed for you. Therefore, a theme on lessons study or study lessons vice versa is going to help us a lot. But I have a question that I think the seminar is going to answer. In academia, some of us tend to be too individualistic, that we want to publish alone. We want to be promoted alone and then shine and fly. Now, with a theme of this nature, lessons study, where encouragement is promoted in terms of working together as groups, working together in order to resolve problem. Is this going to be possible in higher education and especially at university level, where if I'm going to a conference, in many instances, I go alone. If I go for publications, I also go alone in quotes. But then, education embracing lesson study, will it then resolve some of these challenges? I want to leave this platform having raised what one might call research questions. Can approaches such as lesson study promote collaboration among academics, for instance? Can lesson study improve performance of both educators and learners? Can lesson study be our panacea for the challenges that we encounter as educators, not only for maths and science, but across all subjects as far as education is concerned? In fact, we have an adage that goes like, there are more questions, in fact, than answers. So I can raise these questions for a very long time. But the issue is that we cannot simply sit back. We have to discuss these issues, proffer suggestions and recommendations, so that in the end, as humanity, not only South Africa, we do well, we perform well in our respective areas, so that the world as a whole becomes a better place for all of us to live in. With these very few words, colleagues, I trust the seminar is going to suggest doable solutions to the challenges that I've raised. And once more, we as the university, and even on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, we welcome endeavors of this nature, and we hope this is going to be a very successful seminar. I thank you.
Program Director, Dr. Makwana. Allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been established by yourself and by the Deputy Vice Chancellor. Suffice to recognize the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Madaje, being here, Prof. Maruma, who is here with us, and her executive in the school. I greet you all, colleagues that are here with us, and those that are joining us online. You are probably wondering, this is a mathematics and a study lesson seminar. But there is an international office director. What's her business here? Of course, I am among foreigners in as far as academia is concerned, because humanities is a strange animal for me, being a health professional in my background. But of course, all professions will not be there if there are no teachers. All professions will not be there if there isn't education. And therefore, much as I'm saying I'm a stranger to humanities, I am a product of humanities. Okay? I am a product of humanities, and therefore I want to associate myself with the faculty. But my role here today is to take this opportunity, because we realize that in the institution, time and again, when we address or when we go to meetings, we establish that our colleagues are not aware that there is an international office. And secondly, what it is that they do or they are supposed to do. I'm not going to go into that today. Suffice to just very briefly look at one of the things or aspects that we are supposed to be doing in as far as what we are talking about today. We have, as an office, to deal with internationalization of higher education at the University of Limpopo. Now we ask ourselves, what is internationalization of higher education? Internationalization of higher education is the process of integrating an international, intercultural, or you may say global dimension into the purpose and the delivery of post-secondary education. And that definition further goes to say that when we do that, the societies and communities around the institutions need to benefit from that integration that we are trying to do. And I want to believe that if we have curriculum developers from the schools, we are doing exactly that, that when we get that opportunity of that integration of a global dimension, we bring them on board so that they can also have a benefit. Now, in South Africa in 2020, the government promulgated the National Framework for Internationalization of Higher Education in South Africa. And there are 4 aspects that the government is putting forward, not limiting, but putting forward to say that when you do internationalization, look at 4 broad aspects: student and staff mobility, research collaboration and partnerships, cross-border collaborative qualifications, and internationalization at home. Now, internationalization at home, I just want to pick on that, to say that internationalization at home as one of the aspects of internationalization focuses on all or most of the students and lecturers to reap the benefit of internationalization. Not only those that can travel to Norway or those that can travel to Brazil and get that opportunity, but for all, because it brings internationalization into the home environment. it brings internationalization to most of those who would not have had the opportunity otherwise. Hence, today, this is an internationalization experience. This is an internationalization of higher education because we, as the school and as the Department of Mathematics, have brought it to the home environment through our guest here, Professor Jacobson. So that is one of the aspects which I'm trying to say to us today. We are actually doing internationalization as expected by the Department of Higher Education. Of course, once the framework is out, it means then that the universities, all of us, are going to have to report on the activities of internationalization that they embark on. So internationalization is not going to say so many people went to a conference in Washington, D.C. in the USA. It is going to be about all that we do as an institution to ensure that most and many of us get an international experience. They are able to get a global dimension into what they do. So that's what we come here today. So internationalization has come to our home environment so that we can get that global dimension into the teaching and learning of our students in mathematics. Internationalization also is about sharing of resources, because if you have a collaboration or a partnership in research, for instance, you are going to share resources. Knowledge is a resource. And today, Prof. Jacobson is going to share that resource with us, which is his knowledge and his expertise. And this is what internationalization is about. Now, I talked about mobility, student and staff mobility. That does not happen on its own. Because if I went to Prof. Madaje and said, I want the department, let me call it DIMSTED, because Prof. Mawutu always, she used to say DIMSTED, and I'm thinking, what is she talking about? Until I got to know what that is. So if I go to Prof. Madaje and I say I would like all the staff members there to go to Norway and engage with Prof. Jacobson in his own environment, he will tell me, Prof. Madaje, that Prof. Mbabukekana, don't even start. There's no budget. The university can't afford that. But we are expected to do that. So our office engages agencies and funders of internationalization, student and staff mobility. For instance, the Department of Higher Education as well gives us those opportunities. For instance, we got an email from Department of Higher Education to say, can we come to your university to give information and explain about the funding agencies? Remember that these days scholarships, if you apply for a scholarship, if you are 26 years old, you are too old. It used to be if you are 35. Now they talk 26, which means in terms of scholarship, many of us would not get this opportunity. But if we look at the programs that are there for mobility, then we are able to engage our counterparts. So the Department of Higher Education is proposing to come to our university. They proposed the 11th of July, but of course, that is the day for faculty boards, which we are trying to shift, to come and talk to us about the Erasmus project, which is an EU funding project, where they give us money for our staff and students to travel overseas or into Africa, wherever you want to form a partnership or you are invited to. For instance, on Saturday, SK is going to Malaga in Spain through the Erasmus project. It's 4 colleagues that are going in this. So they are coming to tell us about how do we apply, how do we get that money, and what sort of projects are we allowed to go and do there. They are also inviting the Campus France and the British Council. Campus France and British Council are also funding agencies that fund internationalization and mobility. So they will be coming to our university to talk about the student and staff mobility. They're also going to talk to us about how we use them to form partnerships. Partnerships for research, partnerships for resources, partnerships for joint supervision of our students. And we know now that there is a rule for PhD students that one of the external assessors must be an international assessor. Where do we get them if we don't have partnerships? Where do we get that? Does it mean my student will get stuck because I cannot find an international assessor? But if I have been out there, I engage out there, I begin to know and understand who are the players in my field. There's AMESA in Cape Town. We should all be going on Sunday to AMESA to see who are the players in our area, so that those joint supervisions and those people that we meet there, they probably have international connections already, which they can inform us that these are the connections that we have. So, colleagues, this morning, I just came to say to you that we are engaged in internationalization of higher education, and also to wish you well in this seminar. I will sit a little bit and listen. I told you that I'll be lost, but I really would like to know something so that when I leave here, I say at least I have learned one small thing about study lessons. So thank you very much. I wish you well, and those that are going to AMESA, may they have a very fruitful engagements at the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rafapa, Prof. Madache, and Professor Mbambokeka. I would say the arguments that they raised as they gave the messages of support were at 90 degrees. Mathematicians will say, I mean, they were right. And if I were to describe the messages of support from geometry, I wouldn't describe them as circles, because a circle is pointless, but rather I will describe them as triangles. And the most coolest triangle for that nature, the isosceles triangle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with our program. Now it is, according to my clock, 9:50. I am going to be inviting Mr. Manaresetati to introduce our guest, and soon after the introduction, we'll allow our guest to have his plenary speech. From the original program, it was scheduled up until 10:30. Looking at it, that it will start at 9:30. So it means now the amendment that we will have is that we will have it up until 11, taking it that Mr. Stati would be done with the introductions by 10 o'clock latest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And I would like to first recognize the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mhoko, the DVC, Prof. Matache, and the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, and also acknowledge the presence of Professor Mbambo Kekan. My task here is to actually introduce to you Professor Arne Jacobson, and I tried very hard to make sure that I actually say this right, both the name and the surname, and because the people from Norway as they say it, have a very nice way of actually pronouncing things. Just as I started by saying Norway, they say Norway rather than Norway. Prof. Arne Jacobson is a full professor of mathematics education at the University of Stavanger in Norway, and adjunct professor at the Inland University of Norway of Applied Sciences. He has been a visiting professor at the University of Michigan in the US and the University of Cape Town in South Africa. He has the experience of international research and development projects in mathematics education using the lesson study, professional development of teachers, and teacher education. He has successfully been a co-leader of the project improving quality and capacity of mathematics education in Malawi. And that was in 2014 through 2018. And the project strengthening numeracy in early primary education through professional development of teachers in Malawi. Both projects are supported by the Norwegian Agency for Development, Cooperation and the Norwegian Program for capacity development in higher education and research for development. If you go through the profile as it is in the program, you would notice that Prof. Arne Jacobson has quite a lot of experience in the lesson studies. And I would like to really give a brief of lesson study. This is a very big movement. And there is a World Association for Lesson Studies, and they sometimes hold their conferences in stadiums. So you can imagine how big this is. And it might also be very important for us to become part of this whole program. He is collaborating in research and development projects in mathematics education with the University of Cape Town in South Africa, and has previously been a research partner in projects with several universities in Brazil. He is a co-leader of the topic study group, International Cooperation in Mathematics, at the 15th International Conference for Mathematics Education, the ICME, the 2024, that was in Sydney, in Australia. So I would really like you to enjoy and engage with the talk that we're going to be receiving from Professor Arne Jacobson. I am now giving to you, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Arne Jacobson. Thank you very much.
Just before Prof can start, the host for the guests attending here physically have requested that people with special diets please indicate so that they know how to prepare the lunch.
Let's see if it's coming on now. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you for the nice welcoming words. I'm still waiting for some, I think it needs to be warmed up. Yes, something is coming here. I think it's getting sharper now. Okay. So thank you for giving me this opportunity and talk about lesson study. We heard, it was mentioned by one of the words in the beginning now that we tend to be very individualistic and that's very true in our teaching, that's kind of very common to be, very individualistic. But lesson study is the opposite. It's the way of working together, so moving away from being individualistic. And I hope we can get a sense of that after I have talked a little bit about lesson study today. So what is lesson study? And what is it and where did it come from? And why are we trying to adapt this in our countries? Because this was also new for me in Norway. In the beginning of 2009 was the first time I started applying lesson study in my own research. So it came from Japan initially, where it has been used for a long time, but it's a method to develop teaching and learning. So it's a methodology that can be used not only in mathematics, it's also used in other topics as well, but it's kind of traditionally linked to mathematics for some reason, because it's probably one of the fields that many learners find very hard to learn, and so you will typically see it introduced in mathematics, but it's also applied in other subjects. So I have used it in Norway, where we have, as a part of training pre-service teachers, we introduced this for them to, is it still moving? It's kind of shifting a little bit, so. Is it better now? This is kind of drifting down, so let's, okay. We hope it will. try. I'll try to keep an eye on that. If it's not going down, I will turn it up. Okay, thank you. So, yes, we adapted at my university, and we used it about in our teacher training. And we had our students in groups, and they planned lessons together, and when they were out in their teaching practice. That was one way of developing their teaching skills. And in Malawi, it was mentioned here, I was in a project for 5 years where I worked with teacher educators. And over a period of those years, I visited all the 8 teacher training colleges in Malawi, 2-3 colleges every year, and we worked together with them over a year, where we developed lesson study as an approach to improve their teaching that was with mathematics teacher educators. And then, following that project, we also introduced lesson study among teachers in Malawi. So this has been adapted in some districts, school districts. We couldn't, of course, meet all the teachers in Malawi, but we did it in some districts. But we did meet all teacher educators, mathematics teacher educators. So that was actually a very big learning process for me. I learned a lot of teaching, of working with the teacher educators in Malawi. So it started moving away from Japan in, I will say, end of 1990s. There was a report that came out, The Teaching Gap, that highlighted some big differences in learning. And there was some cultural script that became very apparent. And this was very actual due to reports of TIMSS. You know, I know you're aware of the assessment of students. And in Japan, they did very well. And there was big difference between Japan, the US, and Germany. And in particular, the US, they analyzed what is actually happening in Japan compared to the US. So in US, typically a class of mathematics teaching, the class will with reviewing material, the teacher present a problem, student work on the desk, and it's kind of traditional way of introducing a problem. But in Japan, there was more focus on the nature of mathematics and seeing relationship between facts and procedures, and also very, very important, the teacher collaborated. So they moved away from only being individualistic, the teaching was very private, and they collaborated. And the way they collaborated was through lesson study. And then it was kind of hinted that maybe lesson study is the reason that they are doing so much better in Japan, so maybe we should try to learn from what they are doing in lesson study, maybe we can adapt that. So then it moved to the US first. And then later on, when the US picked it up, it kind of moved to other countries as well, because it wasn't so easy for everyone to follow what was happening in Japan due to language issues, but when it came to an English-spoken country, it became easier. And I also know there are development agency in Japan that have been in several African countries trying to introduce lesson study as a method of improving teaching and learning. So that's where it came from, and central in the lesson study is the planning and teaching of what is called a research lesson. This is a kind of joint work by a group of teachers normally. It's followed by a reflection phase, and it can also be a replanning and a reteaching of this lesson. And I should mention that when we talk about a research lesson, this is not something it's not like a way you do plan every lesson. This is just something you do maybe in a school or in a professional development program once a year or so. Like in Japan, they typically do it on a regular basis, but not like every lesson. They can do it every half year or at least once a year. So it's not like every lesson that is planned like this, but it's a way of focusing on improving teaching and learning, and jointly together plan a research lesson. And there exist different cycles of presenting what is lesson study. Here you can see one where it starts with forming a team together, developing learning goals, designing a lesson, planning the study, and teach and observe, analyze the teaching afterwards, and eventually revise the lesson after discussing it together. The planning is very important. The planning is done jointly by a team of teachers. But who is going to teach is not decided before the lesson is planned, or is finished planned. You know, it's already planned, and then you say, okay, who will teach? So that's a way of also making it, you have a shared responsibility of the lesson. It's not the one teaching who is responsible for the lesson, it's all of the teacher involved in the planning. So sometimes you will see that you plan a lesson, one teacher can teach it, and then they meet after the teaching and reflect and maybe revise the lesson, and then a new teacher will teach the same lesson to another class. So they try it again and see if they have managed to improve the lesson. So it's not about the teacher, but it's about the lesson and students learning in that. But I should say a little bit more about what is a research lesson. So it is an actually classroom lesson. It can be for regular students, or if you're at a teacher training college, it can be for pre-service teachers. And it's observed by the rest of the team who is not teaching. They are also observing, one is teaching. They plan it collaboratively, and they have a shared research question. There's something they want to learn about their students. They normally pose a research question, what can we learn about our students' learning? And they have this research question as a kind of a goal for finding out about their students' learning. And the rest of the team will normally then, when one teacher is teaching, will try to observe about students' learning. So what you should observe is also part of the planning. So it brings to life a goal of vision in education. And during the observation, you can observe taking notes, or you can also video record and discuss afterwards. That's also one way of doing it, but not necessarily. It can also be observation and taking notes by the rest of the team. And then, of course, after this, this is followed by a discussion by the colleagues who are took part in the planning. And occasionally also there can be an external, they call it, it's also, in English it's often called a knowledgeable others, maybe an expert that is coming in and not actively planning, but can give advice in the process, either during the planning or after in the reflection phase. So typically, this is one other way of presenting this. They call it a lesson studying cycle, because it can be a cyclic process, because you can repeat this. You start by identifying or study the curriculum and standards, considering long-term goals for students' learning and development. What is it you want the students to learn in the long term? I will come back to that also again. And then you select a topic what you want to teach the research lesson should be about. You select the research question for the lesson. and you have some activities that you want students to be involved in. You try to also anticipate what student will be thinking, what can be the likely thinking, what can be the likely question you might get, what solution can students come up with. And so in a way, try to anticipate what is it students will do, what is possible to come out of this. And then that's part of the lesson plan, all this. And then when you are kind of agreed of activities, what you will do, you pick that one teacher that will teach. That's not, who is teaching is not important, because it's not about the teacher, it's about the lesson and the students. And then the rest of the team, as I said, they observe during the teaching, they take notes, try to investigate what the learners or students are doing, what are they struggling with, what are they getting the answer we predicted, are they getting something different, or what seems to be working or not working in this lesson. And then they meet afterwards, as I said, and they share. Normally the teacher who taught the lesson will give a reflection about own teaching first. It starts, a reflection phase will typically start with a reflection of the teacher who taught the lesson, and then it follows up by discussion about the team, the rest of the team, those who observed. And then, of course, there can be a discussion, what is it we learned from this? What did not work? Do we need to revise this lesson? And do we want to reteach it? In Japan, it's also common to have a dissemination of the lesson afterwards. They actually publish, you can buy books of lesson that is kind of studied by groups of teachers, and they have tried out and what was their research lesson about, what kind of activities they did. So they often have a dissemination. But when you look around at the rest of the world, I would say it's not so common to find a published work of lessons, but it's more about the teacher working together. So that's the critical or the important part. You learn from each other. So moving away from the individual teaching being very private, to discuss and plan together and improve the teaching. There is, in the US, there was one person that kind of become the mother in the Western world in the sense of lesson study. Catherine Lewis, she's a senior researcher in California. She's written a book that was my kind of introduction to lesson study step by step. I've written the title of the book here. This book is very easy to read. It's not like a heavy research book or anything, but it's describing all the steps involved in lesson study. And there is also some videos. You can get the CD with videos. I think now you can also download them in the newer version from internet. But I want to let us listen a little bit to Catherine Lewis when she was interviewed once on the news about why lesson studied. So I have a little video here about, we can hear from her. So let's see if technology is working. Not yet. Let's see here. No, we should have, I should maybe turn this one off. Where do we turn it off here? Okay. So that was Catherine Lewis, and as she said, it became very popular in the US in the beginning of 2010, and then it spread around other parts of the world from following in the US introduction. And so, as she said, the lesson study allows teacher to build knowledge about students, their teacher, their struggles, the method they use, what is difficult, what is their struggles, how can we support them, what models can we help them to develop. And it also allows us to focus on students' habits and belief and learn about them. And it gives a very optimistic optimism about working to change instruction, because you are working as a team with a goal of wanting to improve something. So it's very important is to move away that teaching is something private, but we are a team together trying to improve the teaching. And it creates a professional community, and she mentioned business as one example, Catherine Lewis, that in business they do this all the time, but another example I will say is in hospitals. You have doctors sitting together discussing cases. How can we help this patient to make him get better? You know, you always discuss cases. What can help? What can we do? And that's something I think in teaching we have not been so good at, talking together as colleagues and learning from each other, because you might be good at something, but your colleague can be good at something else, and then you can share this knowledge and you can kind of grow together. Both can grow from learning from each other. So shared goals, instructional approaches, and I said it's not about the teacher who's teaching. That's very important, because when you go into a class and you think you are the one teaching, you feel like, oh, it's all about me. But of course you make yourself very vulnerable in the sense all your colleagues is coming observing you. But it's the lesson is jointly, you made it together. So it's the lesson is not that teacher responsibility. It's not his student, it's our students. We go in and try to work with them as a team. And it just happened to be one of them teaching. And I will show you a little bit later some example of actually where this, some teacher is planning a lesson and they revise it after the teaching, and then a new teacher come in and reteach it in another class. So it's not always just sticking to one teacher. Yes. For me, a lesson study is an example how I have grown as developed myself as a mathematics teacher educator, and I think everyone who is involved in this field, they kind of are learning from working with colleagues. And I would also mention when I've been in Malawi and working with with teacher there and teacher educators over many years, I'm not been there alone. I've been working with other colleagues from Norway. And when we are together and planning this, it's not been a lesson study per se, but it's we did it together, and doing the teaching together have also kind of lifted me as coming into as a teacher educators, because I learned from my colleagues just doing the professional development with teachers when we kind of taught it together. So it's not a private thing. So I think that's the key in a lesson study. It's a collaborate way of improving teaching and learning. Yes, so we already, so there are many, if you go into lesson study literature, you will see different representation of this way of planning, phase. Here we have, it's not like a cycle like we saw in the first picture, previous picture. But we have the planning phase, the research lesson, and the post-lesson activities. The planning phase is discussing long-term goals for students or pre-service teacher, choosing a content area, what is the topic you want to teach, what is it our students are struggling with. That can be a very typically thing to identify and use as a unit you want to develop together with your colleagues. And then you try to plan a lesson that can foster long-term goals and in a way that where do I want my students to be in 5 years? What kind of skills do they need? Try to identify a gap. I think I have a better slide that show that. And then the actually research lesson. You have made a research question. One of the teacher is teaching, the rest is observing, trying to see what are the students thinking and learning related to that question. You want to find something out about it. That you had this research question you posed in the beginning. That can be a little bit tricky. What's a good research question to investigate when you made a lesson? What is it you want to find out about your students' learning? And then discussing, as I said, and afterwards, often a teacher can feel that we are now discussing the one who taught, you're discussing my teaching. But that's very important for the process. That is not about targeting the one who taught, it's to discuss the content and what happened in the classroom. Yeah, and this with writing report, as I said, that's very common in Japan, but not so much common in other countries. But occasionally you will feel reports of lesson study, and but I think I haven't seen it much in my country, in Norway, and I do more often see research paper of a researcher writing summarizing experience from lesson study, but not so much from lesson study at schools. But it was mentioned here, there is a World Association of Lesson Study. They have their yearly conference, and I know many teachers participate in this and share their experience from lesson study. So that's not only a research conference, but it's also a conference where teachers come and share their experience from lesson studies. And yeah, choosing a theme or topic for the research lesson, it's the first thing one need to think about if one set together a group of teachers. So tomorrow we will have a workshop, and then I was actually thinking we should try to work together a little bit about trying to plan a little research lesson, make a lesson plan. So that was my vision for tomorrow. So then I will talk a little bit about what should be in that plan when we come to that point tomorrow. But you need to rethink a little bit ahead. Here they have, I've written in the literature, what quality would you like your students to have in 5 years, for instance? And what are their qualities now? And then identify the gap, what is missing? And can you work on this gap? And then working on this gap, you make a lesson and have a research question for the lesson. What are students struggling with, for instance, about in the learning of fractions, if that's the topic that is you decide on working on. Yeah, with the long-term goal could be fundamental academic skills that will ensure students or pre-service teachers progress related to fraction. That's very broad, but then you could narrow it down to something more specific. Could be multiplication of fraction, division of fraction, whatever. It could be what's the struggle. But the focus is always about on the learning, the pupils learning or students learning. The teaching approaches that you need to develop to increase students' learning and to identify what is it they're struggling on, what can we improve, what can be developed. And on the line below there is more observation. How can you observe students' learning? And this is observation. I mentioned those who are not teaching, they are observing. But what are you looking for when you observe? How can you observe learning? What is a good how can I identify learning when you walk around to observe in a classroom? Particularly when I have my students and a prospective teacher, when I tell them, can you go in and observe in the classroom? So then I always challenge, what will you observe? What is a good indicator for observing students learning? And that's a bit tricky, you know, you go under observing, oh, they seems to work very well, they're very active. Okay, but how do you know? This is just some example of that I found that have been investigated, some different lesson study that have been conducted in different places. We have challenging pre-service teacher mathematical understanding, the case of division by zero. And so this is literature you can find out if you search. So just some example of lesson studies that have been formed on lesson in. So I don't think I will say more about that. So lesson study is often used not only as a part of regular teaching in a school, but also in professional development. And that's what I have also been using it in Malawi. I have used lesson study as part of teacher training at my institution, where we train primary school teachers. But in Malawi, it's been a part of professional development, and it's often used as a method to develop teachers' knowledge in professional development. So it's I will show you another slide in a bit while, comparing a traditional professional development and a lesson study approach. But the key with lesson study is that it focuses on the long-term goals for students, and then you identify specific units that you want to work on in one lesson. And you discuss with the other teacher and identify teaching material for that particular topics that you will work on. And you plan together a lesson that can bring together both the long-term goals that you want to have for your students and the short-term goals that you can typically work in that particular lesson. But that short-term goals, in a way, should contribute to a long-term goal. And this with observation is also, it's kind of shift you over to focus on the students, that, okay, I'm not teaching, but I have a role in this as well. I need to have an eye on the students, observe their learning or their struggles. Because struggles can also be productive. Some struggles can be good learning. We need to struggle sometimes. So this to develop a good eye to observe students' learning is also very important in this. And this point number 7 here, building capacity for collegial learning, also learning from each other, moving away from teaching being a very private thing. You learn something from me, I learn something from you, and you share your understanding or experience from teaching, and it's a kind of, we say, a win-win situation. You learn from each other. Yeah, I think I have shown most of this before. I mentioned the teaching gap, who was bringing, in a way, highlighting the differences in what happened in Japan and what happened in the US, and that's when they were, can it be lesson study? That can be one reason why Japanese learners are doing better than the US, or in that report it was also German students. So they looked a little bit about the time the teachers spent on different activities when they were developing instructions. And this is, you can see this triangle represents time. And to the left you see US teacher typically spend much time on choosing curriculum and to write curriculum and align this with local standards, because different states can have different standards. They don't have like a common standards in all states in the US. And then they plan a lesson individually. They spend less time planning it collaboratively, and to watch and discuss each other classroom lesson, even less. That's on the green part on the bottom. But when you observe in Japan, you see the green part on the bottom, this watching and discuss each other's lesson is the biggest part. And the smallest part is to choose and curriculum and align it with standards. So, and also this planning collaboratively, the blue one, is much bigger. So it's kind of opposite way of how they spend time on when they are planning activities, developing instructional activities. So this collaboration is time spent is different. And I was kind of thinking, where do you think South Africa will be? If you should pick one, where would you be in this picture? What do you think? Sorry? The US. Similar to US? I don't know. You know that's better than me. I don't have the answer. So I think I asked this in Malawi too. They also thought they were not collaborating so much. But so a vision of lesson study is to shift this a little bit. Can we shift it and spend more time collaboratively and discussing lessons, and not think we know everything best, and we plan a lesson privately, we go into a classroom, we teach, and we go out. No, we work together, and we want to understand how we can improve the teaching. We're collaborating, and this is not something private. And actually it's more fun. I will tell you that working with colleagues, you feel you are part of a community in a sense, and you feel this is now we are a team. So this is it was about professional development. The more traditional way of professional development, if I can use that word, it kind of begin with an answer. We know something, we want to tell you something, this is, we have an answer. So you have an expert coming in, he have an answer, and he is it's the one who is telling the teacher, and the teacher how they should do things. So this is a very hierarchical relationship, and there is a kind of research can also inform practice. But in lesson study, we have a research lesson that begin with a question. We want to find out something. We don't have an answer. We come in, we define a question together as a team. We want to learn something about our students' learning? And what question is it we want to investigate when we are going in to teach this? So this is kind of driven by all the participants that is part of that lesson planning. So you get a good communication about the participants, teacher educators. So that this relationship is reciprocal, and practice is research. Practice is research. You go into the classroom itself, and you investigate what's happening in the classroom. So, but it's a time-consuming thing. That this is why you cannot do this for every lesson. Of course, this is something you do. If you could set up, if a school could set up time for the teacher, and we need to set time for the profession to develop the teacher. Once a year, we want to come together and plan a lesson, discuss teaching. So this can happen at school level, and we have done it, as I said, and also in my own institution, and we also introduce it to our prospective teacher as part of their teacher training. Yes. Yeah, I like this Mason. Some of you maybe heard about Mason, a famous math educator. He's a lesson without the opportunity for learners to generalize. It's not a mathematical lesson, he once said. And I will show you some example of what we identify in Malawi. We're talking about, I have 2 slides about Malawi. I have, because I didn't want to talk only about Malawi, but we had when I was there, we identified that problem solving is part of the curriculum. In their curriculum at the time, there is a new curriculum now, but the aims of teaching mathematics included to stimulate and encourage innovation, creativity, and problem solving. But then we ask teachers, what is problem solving and what is not problem solving? Because when we went into, you might know about SACMEC, because I think South Africa is also part of for that, yes. They have these achievement levels, you can measure. And within achievement, there was the lowest is pre-numeracy, and then to the highest level was abstract problem solving, and this is the percentage of the learning achieving the different levels and then we saw how in Malawi there was the highest level abstract problem solving. There was 0% achieving that level, and in the SACMEC 3 they had 1.2%, which was very, very low. Big portion was up in the pre-numeracy, emerging numeracy, basic numeracy levels, and this is grade 6 learners. But this was part of their curriculum, but none of the learners was kind of reaching these levels. And so we said, what's happening here? So we said, but we asked the teacher educator, what is problem solving? But we got different answer. So we kind of find out there's not discussing what is problem solving. And so we wonder, okay, if the teacher educator doesn't really agree on what is problem solving in Malawi, their curriculum, how can the teacher then agree what to teach about problem solving? And then what are the learners assessed in? What is problem solving? What is the assessment? So we kind of brought up a discussion. If you have an assessment here about problem solving, but there is not an agreement what it is, so how can the learners learn about it? So we had them plan lessons on problem solving and maybe come to some agreement what literature say it is and what it should be. So I don't know if you will get better results, but we at least address the problem of what can be a way of what you can investigate in a lesson, working on problems. I thought I will instead of me just talking about a lot of lessons today, I have a few film clips about teacher working, planning a lesson and teaching a research lesson. And I think that can be a little bit more practical in a way, see how it's actually happen in practice instead of me just telling how it should be done. So I have a few clips, film clips, and that's actually clips from that book I showed you with Catherine Lewis. So those who buy that book will get access to those clips. But there is a problem that is occurring in this clip, and they are working on patterns. So they have triangle tables that can sit one person on each side here. So the table on the left there, you can sit 3 people, that's the 3 dots. 3 people, but then they are lining many tables together. So we see here when you get 2 tables, you cannot have 6 people, but you have 3 on one, but you cannot have 6 on 2 because you put 2 sides together. So you have suddenly 4 people, and then you put 3 tables together. So this is a problem. The teacher in this, you'll see in the film, they're challenging their learners. I mean, the students in their classroom. They're planning a lesson where the children are going to work on trying to identify a pattern where they should, for any numbers of table, how many seats can fit out any numbers. I'm sure you understand the problem, but this is just explaining it, that this is kind of the focus of this discussion. So, and in the first approach, they kind of hand out a worksheet to the students where they are going to fill in the number of seats available depending the number of tables put together. So this is their kind of approach they use first. I think this could be a good way of working to find pattern. And then they want to find a rule. Can the students come up with a rule for generalizing this? So let me show first a little bit. I have 3 small films. There's many more, but I just want to show you how they work together on planning. This is a group of teachers planning this lesson where this table will eventually be part of the activity in the classroom. So the first film is just a little clip from the teacher planning. So let me then switch off this so we don't get the interference with the
not just making them good at facts, but helping them kind of have an attitude about, oh, look, you can think at numbers and kind of like wonder about how are those relationships, what's the pattern there? Can we make a rule for that?
I thought when we added a triangle, we were adding 2. But the output chart here is adding 1. And I'm
Oh,
not-
I just count them.
I don't understand why that is, because you showed.
Because the third one is now a combined one.
Let's do this way. Oh,
Maybe it would be a good time to
Wait a
have us do
second.
that. Yeah, maybe. Because if you have one triangle, you have 3.
you have
Then
one
you have
triangle,
2.
3, and
One of those 3 becomes a combined.
You're not counting.
You
Two of-
share. You
two
share.
of them become combined. That's why you don't have 5. Because I'm thinking, how come I don't have 3 plus 2?
When kids look at patterns, we look this way instead of looking the across way.
Because I was just thinking that's what happened, same,
Right, you were looking the down way instead of seeing the patterns also going this way.
I'm
So are there
still,
enough triangles here for people to try to, do it themselves and keep adding triangles and create your own chart just to kind of
then we want to do that?
see how it will feel for kids?
After we have enough. So our goal is that the kids at the end of the lesson will see a pattern in the input-output that we present. Is that right? And that they will be able to establish a numerical rule and write an equation.
We also say it's a rule of formula. There's another way of saying it.
But how is that different than writing an equation?
A formula alters a variable that it works for anything. And a formula, it's not just an equation. This is a rule, it works for any case.
So I think kids are pretty strong in seeing patterns, but not necessarily then going to the next step of establishing a rule and writing an equation. You know, at this point, at the beginning of 4th grade anyway, and we don't always take them to say, how can we represent that pattern with numbers or symbols?
And I would say that would be true for beginning 5th grade too.
Okay, we'll see more, but what you saw towards the end of this, they're not trying to predict what the students will do. And also interesting, you see, they're not sure, is this an equation? They're trying to, was it a formula? And they're not sure about the terms. So there's some discussion here. What is actually, is the formula, what is it an equation? We are going to try to, want them to find out. So what's the difference between an equation and a formula? There's also concepts they are not sure about. So this, you can see they are also sharing knowledge about, what is it? Is it a formula? Is it an equation? So there are some interesting discussion there about what is it actually there, what kind of expression they will end up at the end. So now they are picking one teacher that is going to teach. And let me find, can just see how that goes in
I've got a long, skinny classroom. I don't have a classroom like this. And so my tables have to be put together like this. Oops, what happens to this guy? We have to get rid of him, don't we? Now, if I put 2 tables together like this, now how many people? Can you show me with your fingers? 1 person, 2, 3. How many people can I fit around there now? Hold those fingers up. Okay, I see some people are still thinking. That's good. I'll give you time.
You can see it
This is what I want you to discover, either by yourself or with your partner. What is the pattern? This is what I want you guys to do with your triangles. I want you to fill out to here. Fill out how many seats with 3, how many seats with 4, with 5, and with 6. Now when you're done with 6, stop and really look at what patterns do you see on this chart and with your triangles, all right? And then write about them down here. Any questions? Okay, go ahead and get started. done writing about the pattern, would you turn to the person sitting next to you and kind of talk if they're ready to listen? And share what, see if you guys agree with what you've discovered?
Every time you go down, like 3, okay, 1 plus what equals is 2, so each time you have to add like 2. One time is after the output is 2 more than input. You know the whole thing. Basically, when you get the first and second, you get the whole thing. Stop and look. Because you said 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's already a pattern. And this will be 9, this will be 10, this will be 11, this will be 12, this will be 15. This 3 is 5, this is 5, this side, this side. The higher that you get, the more you know it, because you just look at it. And this number is this one. Does it give the times 2 to 6? So for these, you have to add 2. Yeah, but you can add with this one too. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so the number of tables plus 2, right, equals what? Number of tables plus 2 got us what? What are you trying to figure out? What are you trying to figure out here? I'm not seeing any hands up.
So, this, I will not show you the reflection, but there's another film with the reflection, but that's too much. But what you notice that they found out that students actually was not able to describe the patterns. They were able to fill out this sheet. So they just filled out, but they didn't see any patterns. So in the, in the reflection phase here, they were discussing this, and they decided to change the teaching a little bit and reteach it. And they removed this sheet. They removed this sheet, and instead they gave all the learners a question about if you have this number of tables, how many seats will you find? And there is like an open question, like a table and a question mark, and it was not so instrumental of just filling in a sheet, so it was more like an open problem for them. And then it turns out that they managed to find a pattern, so it's very interesting to see. This is another class. I will just show you this one. This is the last one. So new teacher now. They changed teacher.
And find out that my tables look like this now. Triangles. And my classroom is long and skinny. So I have a problem and I want you guys to help me out with this. I need to figure out how many tables I need for the amount of students that I probably will get. You guys think you can help me with that? Yeah? Start with X's and we'll show me how you did it.
I counted this one.
Uh-huh.
and the sides that equal 2 plus these 2 and that equals 4. And then I counted the rest of these. And then I got 12.
All right, did anyone have a different way to count it than that? More? Fascinating. All right, so what you got?
First I counted this one.
Uh-huh.
And this one.
Okay.
And then I counted this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one.
Okay, I'm going to give you a little strip. Each and every one of you is going to have one. It's going to have a table, and then here you are going to have to figure out how many seats will fit around that table.
Look, if I put it like this, one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the pattern. There's only however many tables there are, there's always 2 more seats. Every table gets 1 seat, except in the top and bottom. Every table gets 1 seat. Seat 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. Number 2. What's the writing? Except the sides.
I see a lot of the same kind of answers going on here. Did you guys go around and whisper to each other the answers? Huh? Did you say, I think it's this? Did you run over there and tell them that? No? All in your own, everybody. Same stuff. That's interesting. All right, I heard from you. Go ahead.
Always 2 more because the 2 sides, they each have 2 more, and then
2 more what?
They each can fit 1 more in the side, and then on top and bottom.
Okay.
The sides can only fit 1.
So, I think running out of time now, but the point is here that the teachers discovered that there was something not working in the first way they planned it, and they changed it, and they found that giving this table that student was filling out, they were not really reflecting on what finding patterns. They were just instrumentally filling and counting. So they was not visualizing the pattern. So a small shift in that, how they taught this content about finding pattern, made all the groups end up seeing the pattern, just a different shift. But it was the discussion among the teacher and how they should do it, how they should approach it. And I think they all learned something about how you present, work with the students. It makes a difference, and they all learn from it. And so this was just illustrating from the planning how they collaborated, planned, and had a topic they wanted to teach, how one teacher went in and taught it. The rest observed, you could see them in the background there, and then they discussed it, refined the lesson, and retaught it again with the new teachers. So tomorrow we can try to think ourselves how we can make a lesson plan for something, and I will say a little bit then in the beginning, and then my intent was more for you to work on try to make a lesson plan. So I think that was about an hour or plus a little bit, so I think I should stop now. So thank you.
All right, and can we give that a round of applause? I think we'll agree that we are starting to have a better understanding on what lesson study
is actually about. And then I also think that as we are listening, we are pondering about ourselves and our context. Because in many ways, it applies to us as those who train teachers, as teacher educators at university, and it applies to us as curriculum advisors who are tasked in supporting teachers in schools, and it applies to us as teachers in the actual classrooms, teaching learners or teaching university students, be it the content of mathematics or be it what it means to teach mathematics. So we are going to take a short break so that we can go into a discussion. But when we come back from the short break, Professor Chweni and Dr. Tau will assist us in terms of foreshadowing or shaping the discussions and questions that we would have in terms of what would this lesson study mean for us as University of Limpopo, what would they mean for us as DIMSTE, what would they mean for us as Limpopo Department of Education, what would they mean for us as a mathematics teacher in a particular classroom. Because we know that the performance in mathematics in South Africa is bad. And it's something that we always talk about. So can this be a way to alleviate the poor performance in mathematics at different levels? And if so, how would it be, what would be the best way for us to do it? Because context is very important. When we learn from other countries, we must also reimagine what they are doing in the context of where we are and the kind of challenges that we have as a country. Sometimes it's not even challenges, it's how unique we are from the other countries. You may find that in one country, the language of teaching and learning mathematics is actually the home language of all the learners who are sitting in that classroom. But when you come to our context, the language of teaching mathematics is English, and you are in a classroom where the English language is a second language to almost all the learners who are in there. That in itself poses a challenge, and hence when we think and reflect on how we would want to learn and borrow from lesson studies, we should also put our context at the back of our minds. So that is what Professor Chweni and Dr. Tau will be doing, and it will lead us into the discussions. So my time is saying is 8 minutes past 11. So if we can reconvene exactly at 11:30, and then we move on with the program. Thank you very much.
as a lecturer, when we were doing face-to-face teaching, I never had a lesson where I was alone in class. There was always a second person, and we would talk about what happens during those lessons, and also discuss how the students were responding to the questions that we were asking. The lamentations are that there was a lot of, we are teaching content or teaching methods of teaching a content to our students. And I thought we could think around issues relating to comparing different lesson plans. It is expected of us that we should have learning material, but what are the basis of reversing the learning materials and our learning materials changing as a result of the lessons that we are giving in class? This is something that we need to think about, to say what components of lesson studies can we bring into our teaching of student teachers. The other during the presentation, the other one was a creation of learning environments in which learning can be experienced. And as Arne kept on talking, I'm pronouncing as Arne was talking, one of the things that he kept on saying and kept on emphasizing was that lesson studies are about learners learning. That's what you want to study. So the question becomes, how do you create environments in which learning can take place? And we need to think about that. And as I said, for me, teaching online has robbed me of a lot, because it has taken away the observations that we were talking about, and the question becomes, how do we then bring that into studying, teaching, and learning? And then the other one that you talked about is an analysis of learners' writings. To what extent do we do that? The writings that we get from our students and the writings that we get from our learners, because in the presentation that was given, studying their writings made the teachers aware that they needed to go into a new cycle with a new lesson plan of teaching the same topic, but emphasizing a different skill altogether. So it becomes important that this is something that we may think about in terms of reflections. The other one, the thinking about how learners are likely to respond to questions that we ask them. When this came in the presentation, I thought of Mr. Sitati and the discussions that we sometimes have around a lesson plan to say what are the components that are important to be included in the lesson plan. Can we predict the type of answers that we are likely to get from our students and from our learners, and can that influence how we prepare our lesson plans? I'm interested in issues relating to waiting time, to say how much time do we give to our learners to think about the questions that we ask? And how do we interpret the time that they spend working on the exercises that we give them? And my experience of higher education is that hardly any question is asked to the student. We ask questions and we answer the questions. We will say to the students, if you're required to evaluate this limit, this is how you go about it. And then you will give them a different scenarios in which you represent the function as a graph, and again say, this is the question and this is how we answer that. Because we see waiting time as a waste of time. And we need to think about why we interpret waiting time as a waste of time. And in this case, I'm not using waiting time as you would find it in literature, because in literature, waiting time is about 2 minutes, half a minute, 1 minute. But I'm thinking of time that you give to a student or to the learners to work, explore, and talk about what they are doing. This one is something that was a concern when you were talking about going back to reteach the lesson, Arne. To say, when we reteach this lesson, because you said lesson studies are not things that, like you said, you could do it once a year or maybe twice a year. So when you do a follow-up, because you see that in the first lesson, there are things that need to be revised. Who are the learners? Is it a different set? Is it the same? And this is something that we need to think about, and what that means in terms of continuously studying how our students are learning. And then the other one is the norms of interactions. Norms, what are the norms of interactions that you have in our classes in higher education? And as I indicated, my experience of higher education is that students do not talk. So how do we study our own classes in higher education? This is something that we need to think about. And as a result, if you look at literature on teaching and learning of mathematics, only a fraction is about teaching in higher education. So the question becomes, I'm thinking of the crab story. You know, you're teaching students to do things that you do not do in your own practice. The likelihood is that we will introduce lesson studies with our students that we are teaching. But what about us? Do we do that? Can we demonstrate that in how we interact with them? Then the last one that I thought we may want to talk about is the language and its role. And I included it when Dr. Lekwa started talking about language, and I'm like, okay, there's been a study on South African children's ability to read. And it wasn't reading in the language of instruction only. It was reading in all languages. And what was found is that our learners cannot comprehend. They read without comprehension. So if we are bringing in language as an issue that affects comprehension of mathematics, the question becomes which language? Because if it's English, they cannot read it with comprehension. If it's Sepedi, they cannot read Sepedi with comprehension. If it's Chivenda, they cannot read that with comprehension. So what are we talking about when we are saying language affects learning? And this is something that we can consider when we go into studying how students and learners learn. But in this case, it is students, because sometimes you get students from schools, and I'm going to say this because we've got teachers. We've got students at university. These students were in school. They were not reading. Teachers read for them and drill them to pass the exam. They've never experienced what reading in mathematics is. But they are drilled and they pass. They come to university, and in this case, the cohorts that we are having, they come to university, they study online. And we know what happens online. Those who are parents have seen their children just copying and passing. And then all of a sudden, if you take the same person and say become a teacher, the question is, what is going to happen? Can they study, can they teach, and at the same time improve their teaching through studies. And this is something that we need to be engaging with, because it's the context that we are faced with. But as I said, my focus is university students. What is happening? Can we conduct lesson studies as university lecturers? And what shape will they take? Thank you very much. What should I do? Okay.
Good morning. Still morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Prof, for gracing us with your presence and for touching base in Limpopo. I don't know if it's the first time you came to this side of the country. Oh, okay. Thank you. Prof, we have beautiful concepts in different societies in South Africa and in Africa as a whole. And those concepts, sometimes they don't find home in the classroom. We seem to forget about them. One concept that I like, I'll say it in my language, is that ngwana o hodiswa ke setjhaba. Ka Setswana ba re ngwana kwa morafe. I think that's Pedi, you know, but loosely in English it says a child is raised by the community. It's a beautiful concept that if it can find a home in the classroom, we can go far. Why am I saying that? It's because we believe that as an elder, your mission is the development of a child. So if a child is doing something that is wrong, you don't just turn your head to the other side. You help develop that child. So it talks about collaboration as parents, collaboration as elderly people. Another one that is very important in taking the community forward is a concept that is practiced in the East Africa, the Harambe, pulling together. It's a Swahili word. In Sesotho is Letsema. So when we approach the time to plow, community members come together. They will go from one household to the other to help them to plow their fields. And at the end of the day, everybody is able to plow on time, to plant, even during a harvest time. They do the same. So they don't find a home in the classroom. We seem to be racing to somewhere as teachers when we get into the classroom. We seem to be, racing to finish the whatever is set for you to finish for that year. Something that I don't understand is the ATP, annual teaching plan, because somehow it assumes that learners are homogeneous, they learn at the same pace, they will be at a certain point together, and yeah. But I like what you encourage us to do. Your talk encourages us to approach teaching and learning collaboratively. And you are so intentional in putting that forward, and even in a non-combative way. You know, teachers must not feel that when they collaborate, it's a witch hunt exercise. It's not a witch hunt exercise. When I watched the video, I picked up something, especially when the teacher started giving the learners a platform to explore and to discover. And in that, I could see a beautiful concept, the CPA concept, the concrete, pictorial, and abstract approach or methodology, where it moved from the abstract, where the teacher will stand in front of the learners and say, you know, these are number of tables, this is how you do it. Learners were physically, you know, manipulating those triangles, putting them together and counting for them, for themselves, and were able to discover through exploration. And I liked how the teachers looked at the whole exercise as the exercise that puts a learner as a focal point. A learner is a focal point, putting, you know, their aspirations or whatever aside, and just focusing on helping a learner, developing a learner. If you look at the whole activity, it's still not an activity that is not going to happen haphazardly. You still need to plan. And the frequency of you know, taking that activity or that activity taking place, again, it gives you a chance. And it emphasizes that the whole activity is non-combative, because you're not going to do it every week. You're not going to do it every month. You're just going to do it once or twice a year. And from what you come out with, you are able to go and apply it throughout the lessons. Because we should not, as teachers, look at ourselves as be it all and end it all. There is something that we can learn from other teachers. There is something that we can learn from other teachers. So, and the process flow of how it's done, you know, where you are going to have to plan, have to observe, and have to reflect, and if need be, to reteach. It's very important. It's very important. And I'm not sure if this would be when you are engaging in the lesson study. You're only going to take teachers from the same field, or you can invite teachers from other fields, other subjects. Say, you know, as it's mathematics, are we able to, you know, invite teachers from English, invite teachers from physical science, and so on and so forth. But I see this as a, you know, as something that would help us to move forward, and not just to pace or be in a hurry to get to a certain point, be in a hurry to comply with the annual teaching plan. There's a saying that if you states that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go, you know, in a group or go with other people. So going fast to me says we are trying to finish what is set before us. But going far through the lesson study activities will help us to develop learners and give learners a firm understanding of the concepts that they are going to use beyond that particular grade. So the other thing that came out very clear in a short clip that we watched, is that learners were given time. Learners were given the opportunity to discover things for themselves. And you know, it was not like a teacher just comes, he wants to or she wants to go through the lesson and finish the lesson. Mind you, the purpose of the lesson is for the learner to learn. It's not for the teacher to finish whatever they want to teach. At the end of the day, we measure the success of the lesson through, you know, how the learner has, or how learners have comprehended the, you know, what was taught. And there's something about our environment, unfortunately, in South Africa. We tend to think that when you walk through the corridors and there's a lesson going on in the classroom and learners are talking, you'll even pop in to check, you know, and assume that there's disruptions in the classroom. But what came out of there was that, yes, learners can talk in a classroom and learning can take place. Lesson can continue. So do not equate the quietness in the classroom as learners understanding you. They might be loitering in their minds. Their minds might be, you know, maybe far away from the classroom. And I spoke about this. Learners were given the chance to do their work, of which is very important, which brings us to another concept, that learning happens in our lives. I like this example, that most of us here have children. A 3-year-old can take your cell phone, iPhone 13 or whatever phone you have. Within minutes, you take it from them. They have changed things around. They know where their games are. When you give them, they will go straight to where their games are. They will open their games and they will play. What comes to mind is that, do we have any center around, maybe Polokwane or wherever you stay, where we take the 3-year-olds to go and study how to use a cell phone? No, we don't have. We don't have. But they explore and they learn. Okay? Another example that I always make is that a swimmer would not know how to swim until they get into a pool. You cannot stand on the bank of the river or a pool, next to a pool, and just look at the water and know how to swim. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. The only time you know or you knew that you know how to drive was when you sat on a driver's seat. That's the only time that you knew that now I can drive. And then you operated the car. But when it comes to learning inside the classroom, all these beautiful concepts about learning, they seem to fly out of the window. We seem to forget about them, that these learners that we are teaching, they are people. They have inquisitive minds. We seem to want them to learn the way we want them to learn. And unfortunately, we lose it. Okay, the unfortunate part of our situation in most of our schools is that we still are faced with the language barrier as an impediment to learning sometimes. Our learners from grade 1 up to grade 3, they learn in their mother tongue or father tongue, whatever you want to call it. And then in grade 4, now they have to switch. Now they have to switch. And from grade 4 until grade 12. And at university, they have to use that English. And thank you very much.
Okay, can we give Prof. Chweni and Dr. Tau a round of applause? In essence, the idea was to sort of paint a picture and raise the opportunities as well as the challenges. So now we are on the item that speaks to discussions and questions. So we will be on that item until 1 o'clock when we break for lunch. So that gives us an hour. Maybe we should start it. When they were giving a context, I tried to pick on ideas that can drive the discussion. But I would rather we start with questions. Maybe from the presentation itself, there are certain things that we are still wondering, even now. So a good way for me, I think it would be, if that's fine with you, that we start with questions from both those who are online and the audience seated here. And then after we have taken a couple of questions, then I can share in terms of the discussion or the ambition, what is it that I have tried to pick from the context and the presentation, and then we have a discussion in terms of how can we try to move it forward. So I'm opening up for questions. If we can take a number of hands so that we have a collective of questions, and I think, Prof, if you can just come to be able to respond. I think the mic is important for the people online. Glenn, you can assist with that mic if it can work to the people who are posing questions.
Good morning once more. Prof, I would, like you to speak on the three concepts. I know that we touched on the lesson study. There are other two concepts, and if you can just draw parallels.
I'm not sure if I could parallel to.
To these concepts, I'm going to add the learning study and the action research.
Well, there are learning, study, and action research, but there are relation here, and I think when I talked about lesson study, I also said there are kind of many lesson study-like version. It's not, some of them doesn't always have all components in them, and so I will say there are similarities here, and if I should draw, I couldn't say that this is, there is overlap, I will say. So yeah, learning study is it's more like dialects of lesson study, and action research. I'm not an expert on action research, but I don't think, do you have a collaborative planning in this, in action research? I don't think necessarily you have, but it can be one teacher, but you also have a cyclic process in that as well. So they are related. I think that's a very, but now I kind of bringing the idea how it emerged out from Japan, the way of concepts, and of course there can be other similar ideas that develop other places around the world as well. So I think that's a very simple question, but I think the key part of lessons that I think is the collaborative planning. It should be something collaborative, and at least from my knowledge, I don't think you need to have that in action research, at least. So did that answer your question? Yes, thank you.
If the next three questions, we can just take them, all the questions, Prof.
Yeah, okay. I can try to.
Okay, thanks very much, and thanks very much for a wonderful presentation, Prof. My take is that in lesson study is very important because it doesn't happen more often. It's very important to build in the ripple effect of what is learned in any particular such lesson. And I'm seeing the ripple effect in a number of things. Once they have learned, this is what they're going to do when they go into their other classes. But also another ripple effect is coming to make generalizations about the nature of mathematics teaching. And in this case, in the case of the triangular tables and the people around, I'm seeing that there was quite a good opportunity, which I think the knowledgeable other present in that team was aware of the geometric structure and the arithmetic structure that would have been used to actually to get learners to be able to make sense of the problem itself, which in the other only the geometric structure was actually explored. So making such generalization so that we come to understand, so that people involved come to understand what it means to teach mathematics should actually be built in to actually say we're making, what are we learning from this about teaching? What are we learning about mathematics? So is there, in the lesson study structure, is there a deliberate built-in of reflections about possible ripple effects that each and every study can have? Thank you.
I didn't get the last part of this last sentence there.
The built-in, like in the structure of engagement,
Yeah.
there's somewhere where you're talking about and how is it done. The structure of how you're talking about whatever we learned here, what can we take, what can we learn about this in mathematics teaching
Yes,
and in mathematics itself?
yes.
Is there a way in which that is built in, such that in every session, those kind of things are the take-homes? Take-home meaning is what they are going to go away with.
You mean the participants of the
Yes,
lesson?
the
Yeah.
participants. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof, for a very fruitful presentation. Mine is just, I'm just thinking about the time of planning, the time of reflection, the time of observation. I got that lesson study doesn't happen often, but I'm having this mind of saying, suppose we have gathered as teachers, we have planned together, we now go to Legwa's class, or we go to Glenn's class, or to Glenn's school, where we are going to observe. Then I'm just wondering, will we have enough time maybe to replan and to reteach the very same lesson within a week maybe, or within 2 weeks, or what? Maybe we can help us with that.
All right. Thank you very much. I have a question, and my question is as follows. Before I start with my question, at the beginning of the presentation, I was a little bit confused because of when I check the presentation, it was mainly focused on the teachers. I couldn't see learners coming in, but as the presentation was proceeding, I've realized that now the presenter was bringing the learners into the whole presentation. So my question is based on how can the lesson study develop learners' conceptual understanding while teaching, because of the main thing that teachers are struggling to do in classroom is to teach learners for understanding. So now my question is, how can the lesson study develop learners' conceptual understanding? And my second question, it looks like the lesson study in our country, it was established in Mpumalanga province. I'm not sure about the year, but this question, I think it can be directed to our curriculum advisors, because of I can see that they are present in this hall. So now the question is, why was it established only in Mpumalanga province and only one school, not the rest of the school in Mpumalanga? I thank you.
So, okay, let me try to, so I don't forget anything here. Okay, I think the first question was about if there was a built-in structure of what to take home from lesson study, or this making connection and generalize out of it. And I think that was one of the slides I had, that this is what we saw, that the focus in the Japanese lessons, you know, when it came that they were more emphasizing that of the planning of the lesson to make connections, you know. So of course, there is a chance of doing that, but you know, it have to be done
deliberately in the planning that you plan for making connection in that. If you don't plan for it, then you won't make those connections. So you need to plan for it. And I think that's what they found out, that when they compared the American lessons, traditional lessons, and the Japanese lesson, they were more making connection to different parts of content, that their learners were able to do that. And because in this collaborative planning, there was given opportunities to learners to see connections. So, but you need to plan for it. It doesn't come by itself. But I guess that's in any teaching. If you don't plan for it, you will never make connections. So, but I think that the collaborative way of doing it had made the focus more focused on doing that, making connection. And I did mention that there is also often brought in like a knowledge by other, like an expert that's advising and helping teachers and supporting them, both sometimes in the planning or at least after or observing and in the reflection. And they often are very good at supporting this move. So yeah, so it is possible, but it needs to be planned. And I will not say that's the only way you can do that in lesson study, but it was one reason why many picked it up, because they saw it in Japan. The second question about time, do we have time to replan, to reteach? And then of course, time is always, we always have little time, don't we? We always run after everything we need to do. But I know in schools, when this is done, of course, the principals, if there's teacher doing in a school, then they need to allow teacher to give them time for this. They need to plan for it, you know, in the school year, you know. Now we are setting out time, we're going to do lesson study. This is part of the professional development of teachers. So if it's in a primary school, secondary school, or in the university level, you need to plan and set aside time. When that is said, the replanning and the reteaching, I did mention that sometimes that's skipped. It's not always done. And I guess that's because often it's the first part, you already spend a lot of time and you did it once, and maybe you reflect a bit, and then you are kind of out of time. So it's that's where it does happen, that's squeezed out of the lesson study. But this planning thing, you know, doesn't need to be just one day. It can sometimes be, you know, you start planning, let's say a couple of hours, over a few weeks, you know, you meet and do something. It can be teacher after end of school, there are set some time fixed for that. This is the lesson that we start planning and working together, and then it doesn't need to be like 2 days and then we are done. We can set up some hours planning, and then we are working on it, making progress. So I don't know if that answers your question, but in short, there is not always time for the two things you said. How can lesson study develop conceptual understanding? And I mean, that could be one research question for a lesson study. You know, how can we develop lesson? You can, as group of teachers, you come together and say, this is what we want to investigate in. How can we develop conceptual understanding of something in a good way? So how can we come up with good ideas of challenge our learner in that, develop their conceptual understanding? So that's a very good research question for a research lesson, I would say. So it's actually a good topic for lesson study. Can we find a good way of doing that, to develop conceptual understanding? And there was also something, I think that was more, it's about establishment. It was established in South Africa, and it was in one school. I don't know if it was for me, if I should say so. I didn't really, who was the last question? Was
okay.
It yeah.
I think the last question was on when in South Africa the lesson studies were piloted,
Yeah.
and then our curriculum advisors will share
Yeah.
with us about that. But I thought it will be our entry point into the discussion, and also that we also had some curriculum advisors even from the province who went to Japan for learning about these lesson studies, so we can have that when we go into the discussion.
Okay.
So maybe now we can take a second
Mhm.
a second and last set of questions, if there are any, and then we go into the discussion. Colleagues, do we have questions? See one. Two and three.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm Pahlele. Thanks, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. My question is basically on how to implement the lesson study. The challenge that we are facing in most cases, let me pick up the recent study by South Africa. It is called PILS. And then our learners in grade 4 cannot read with understanding, the majority of them. That's the results of the study. And we are trying to use the lesson study in actualizing that and ensuring that we combat this challenge of reading with understanding. So when we try to establish lesson study in most centers, the challenge is we cannot easily find the knowledgeable others. So I just want to check with you, Prof, how can you advise us in establishing the knowledgeable others who are going to observe and give guidance on some research lessons or research questions that we have established to put hypothesis on? Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I think that in the house, I think I'm one of the oldest teachers here, but and I've always been fascinated with this thing about teaching and the constant need to want to improve. All right, but from my experience with South African teachers, we need to inculcate that important aspect of always wanting to improve. And always, what is important for teachers to understand is teaching is not about the teacher, but it's always about the learner, and it's always about learning. So the question that I'd ask is, how can we inculcate that aspect of that need and desire in South African teachers to always want to constantly want to improve? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is just a simple question, Prof. The first one, why lesson studies? That's the question. Then the second one, what are the successes and failures of lesson studies? Thank you.
What was the second part again?
What are the successes and failures of lesson study? I think that's all the questions we had, Prof.
I think the first question was about how can we establish knowledge others. Wasn't that? And of course, it's normally an experienced person from lesson study, and I know from, for instance, from and I think it was Zambia. They have introduced lesson study as requirement in all schools. At least I met one person from Zambia a few years ago at the lesson study conference, and they had. She told me that was compulsory. Every year, each school had to implement lesson study. And I was wondering, but how can they do that if they don't know what it is? And you need someone to help them and support in this process. And they said, oh yeah, we sent a bunch of people in from the ministry to Japan, and they were trained in Japan and lesson study, and they came back, and so they kind of their way of doing it was to at least they tried to train some knowledgeable other with support from in Japan. I don't know if they were successful or not. I cannot say, but of course those who knowledgeable others, they need to receive some way of training. I think they cannot be knowledgeable without develop their skills to become knowledgeable. So some way of training needs to be in place for that. So when I was in Malawi and I kind of was a knowledgeable other in a way, and the teachers there will typically develop a lesson plan, and they will consult me and others that acted as knowledgeable others, and we could give advice that you need to shift the focus on a little bit. Often there was things they had to change focus, because what we saw was very difficult for many teachers was to develop a lesson plan. They were used to develop lessons plan, but now they were going to develop lesson plan where they were going to research something about their students' learning and moving away from, I have to teach this, what they were going to do. So shifting the focus onto the learners. So it was, but you need to be sensitive to all this, so you need some training, I think. So I don't know if that's answered the question about, but I think to establish that, you need to develop the skills among them, and they need time. And then there was, I think it was about how we can get the focus into South Africa that teachers always want to improve. I think that was in that, and that's a big question. I wished I had a good answer, but I think if you are a professional in a way and doing something, I mean, if you are have some self-respect, do you want to do the best? At least that's what I want. If I want to become better, I don't think I'm finished now. I know everything. There's nothing more to learn. So by being curious on teaching, and I think that's a way of and collaborating. That's a way of maybe stimulating this interest of becoming better. But I don't have a good answer. How can we get the focus into South Africa to teachers always want to improve? Maybe I should ask, is that very difficult here? Is it difficult to get teachers to improve? Because the question is, how can we get them to improve? I kind of sense that's an issue. And I often feel teachers, at least they are very interested when if I get them into a professional development, so they are very, very interested and actually very excited that someone have given me opportunity to reflect on my teaching. I'm taking out of the classroom, they're giving me time. So in a way, I always find teachers that they are also, someone see me as a valuable resource, and they are a valuable resource, and they want me to kind of improve my skills, and I think I always, in that setting at least, when teachers are giving the opportunity to participate in something that it can improve, they're always very engaged. So that's, I don't know if that's an answer, but at least a little reflection around that question. And what are the success or failures of lesson studies? Very often you always hear about the success stories. You don't. Nobody writes and publish about the failure stories, and of course there are. I'm sure. I know we had this used lesson study as a tool of developing our prospective teachers' teaching, and it was not always that everybody we thought they did well. You know, there was difference. So I'm sure there are stories that are not perfect, that it's not always successful, like in any. It's like any medicine. It doesn't always work for everyone. But I think what is the strength in lesson study is this with the collaboration, that you kind of bring professional teachers, teacher educators together and reflect on something that can improve teaching and learning by the students. And I think that's a very, just to set time aside time to do that, it's kind of a strength in itself. If you have I've seen school districts doing this and getting very engaged teachers when they are allowed to spend time on it. Because some schools, they don't have time for that. There is always a struggle, you know, to have enough, just to get all the teaching done, and then should you do this on top of your regular teaching? If the school give them time, actually allow them to do it, and then but there are, if you're asking me if I have like a comparative studies, those who completed lesson study, if they get better performance of students or not, I cannot document it. I don't have any documentation on that, but there are, like the way it moved into the US and later into many other countries, it was triggered by the better performance among students, and then looking what are the teachers doing differently in these countries. And that's how it kind of started moving into many other countries. We have students in all countries, but some students do better than others. Curriculum is much the same. I know there was talked about language issues here, that can be, you know, changing language, going from into English was it grade 4 you start here? Yes. That could also be, for instance, something you could investigate in lesson study. How can we work with learner in a good way when this transition of moving from one language to another, and that's difficult. I know that's a challenge. That's something I also seen from working in Malawi, because they have the same. They will move in from grade 4. They move to English, and for a teacher then standing in the classroom, the teacher guides are in English, even in below grade, you know, in grade 1 to 4, the teacher guides are in English, but he's going to teach in a local language. So we have to transfer from, you know, there is, you know, moving from one mode of something to another, and just that's can be very complicated. And sometimes there are concepts maybe you don't have in some languages. Because I know a bit about that, because we wrote the concept of zero, for instance. It was very difficult in some languages because they didn't have any concept of zero. What it is? What is zero? Is zero the absence of something? It's nothing. Teacher always said zero is nothing. They empty hand. But suddenly learners can move into zeros. Has a magnitude because it's on a scale.
is greater than something, and then suddenly zero was something. And that became a language issue when you were, so it is, but it could also be something you could have discussed in a lesson study, how can we prepare our learners to and take language into consideration about some concept that can be difficult. So that could be a discussion among teachers in a way, and try to find a good way of doing that. And sharing experience of how it could be done. But now I moved away from that last question successfully, but I don't know if I have answered the questions. Or yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I think we can get into the discussion. Obviously, it will also raise questions, so it's something very difficult. My naive understanding in terms of the presentation and what lesson studies are, we need to acknowledge that the research, we are talking about a research lesson and not turning each and every lesson that we teach in class into a lesson study. We should not think about, when I have this content that I need to take learners through for this particular quarter, then I think about algebra as lesson studies, I think about geometry as lesson studies. My naive understanding at this point is that it is not that. And if somebody will ask me, what is it? Then I would say it would be identifying an overarching issue that you think if you have addressed in your teaching of mathematics, it will ultimately improve learners' learning. So when we are to start the discussion and to think about ourselves implementing or conceptualizing lesson studies, maybe one of the things is we should move from the specific content itself, but think of, Prof in his presentation, he used problem solving. And we understand that we can talk about problem solving using different areas or concepts of mathematics. One can talk about problem solving from algebra. One can talk about problem solving from geometry. So if we are to conceptualize it in a better way, maybe we may need to think about it from that angle. The shared interest for all of us is student learning. We want to see learners passing. So that is a shared interest for all of us. But then, in terms of our contribution, what would be our contribution in terms of seeing this, which is learners passing, happening? So for teachers who are seated here, who are in the classroom, that is what they want to see. Every day when they go to class, for them is, I want these learners to pass. But the question I may ask is, how are you developing yourself professionally and continuously to ensure that in your teaching, you are making it a point that those opportunities for learning are ultimately created? We do have curriculum advisors who are here, and amongst others, they support continuous professional development of teachers. And we do have mathematics teacher educators from university who are here, and amongst others, in-service training of teachers is their mandate. So maybe if we can use that as our point of departure, professional, looking at a lesson study from a continuous professional development perspective, because it will accommodate all of us. Me as the teacher teaching in that classroom, me as a curriculum advisor giving that support to the teachers, and me as a university teacher educator who is training teachers, both pre-service as well as in-service teachers. So that's how I think we should approach our discussion in terms of how do we see ourselves as a collective embarking on a lesson study. Maybe to give it a better shape, I'll allow Prof to have a word in terms of lesson study as a continuous professional development model. Then we will get into the discussion from that perspective.
So, you want me to lead about how we can look at lesson study in a way from a continuous professional development. My reflection are related to that, and that's actually how school districts, many places, it is a continuous. They implement it regularly in their school. They have a plan for how it's done. So it is a continuous way of improving teaching in schools. So that's how it is very often in place. It's not like a one-time event, but it's continuous taking place and going on. And so yes, it is. But that means you need the school leaders also to be. They need to have they have an important role in that to make sure that this is taking place. Because if at least I would say that in primary or secondary school, that's if not school leaders or are on board, it will never happen. But on a university level, of course, there I think there is more room for, at least to my experience, for the subject teachers, to collaborate. They have more. They have more autonomy in the sense of the courses. They can decide more of how they want to collaborate, and they can even say we want to do research on this, and they have more opportunities to kind of influence this role. But on the school level, it's just the principals and the school districts and they need to kind of have a role in before it should happen. And yeah, I don't know if that was what you wanted me to reflect on.
Yes, Prof.
And actually, just before the week before I came here, there was a city just south of the city I live in Stavanger. They I think they had about 150 school leaders and principal, because they had started, was one municipality there. They had started with 3 schools where they implemented lesson study, and they found it, at least 2 teachers were very engaged and happy. So these 2 developed interest for improving teaching was very apparent. You could it was very noticeable. They could notice that. So then they decided to implement it in the whole municipality. So there was 150, school leaders and principals from that municipality together. And now we are going to implement it in all schools in that municipality. But there is no national regulation that in Norway. It's up to the school district themselves if they want to implement it. But it started as a pilot in that, and then it kind of took off because they found it very positive.
Thank you, Prof, for that. I think I will invite the curriculum advisors here so that they can, in a way, offer us a window in terms of how they work with the teachers and how do they see borrowing from lesson study assisting in terms of moving their agenda forward. Dr. Dlamini, you also want to say something? Okay. All right. Glenn, the mic.
Thank you, Program Director. Maybe one or two of the issues that I'll raise will also shape the discussion with the subject advisors. There is this practice that I've seen in the past, and I'm not sure if it's still happening now, where you find teachers being provided with lesson plans from the department. Then also teachers being provided with common tests, which is assessments. And vis-a-vis those common tests are supposed to cover school-based assessment, but it's coming from outside the school. My question is, starting with the lesson plans, is there at any stage that the subject advisors come to the schools, maybe they can, maybe if they don't do it, maybe they'll think about it. At some stage that they come to the schools and engage the teachers before they prepare those lesson plans. Because my understanding is, if you prepare lesson plans, then what is it that you know about my class that you can give me a lesson plan to go and teach? That's the first question. And then the second question is saying to me, if you bring in assessments from the department, saying to that, how do you know about the lessons that have taken place that you can prepare an assessment? Because it's all about, when you assess what is taught. You don't assess what is not taught. And you don't think that this could have been taught. It must be exactly what is taught, especially when it's school-based assessment, because school-based assessment is assessment for learning. It's not assessment of learning. Those teachers and the learners must reflect, because it's based on activities that happen in the classroom. So I think that's food for thought for the subject advisors, and maybe they will therefore borrow something from what we are getting from lesson studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini. I think we will give the subject advisors here an opportunity, not necessarily to respond to Dr. Dlamini's questions. Those are for us to ponder on as we are trying to discuss on what is it that we can borrow, or in what ways can we borrow from lesson study in terms of looking at our common or shared mandate of continuous professional development of mathematics teachers. Glenn?
All right, thank you, and good day, colleagues. From the curriculum perspective, from morning, in terms of the lesson study, one thing that I think looks to be central is the collaborative teaching, and it will help in the sense that a teacher should not just be alone, aloof in a particular corner in delivering the content. Now, when we talk of collaborative teaching, that's where even a question of a lesson plan drawn by ourselves as teachers to be presented in class, unlike where a lesson plan is drawn somewhere, then I'm expected to work on it. Because if it's thrown somewhere not by myself, it will be very difficult to work on that, because lesson plan drawn by someone, it may not be similar to what I'm going to deliberate on. But one other thing that I think we need to work on it, and it came out of here, is that within our lesson plan, should I ask this question, is there a part of a reflection after lesson has been presented, especially to a particular class with particular educators at a particular time? And in terms of the lesson plan for teachers meeting together, how frequently are they supposed to do this? Because if it's going to be once or twice in a year, whereas the collaborative helping each other in terms of the content and also the method in the teaching. Because I'm thinking, even though I got it from the discussion, that in terms of the periodicals, how frequently can these educators meet? Because it becomes important for teachers not to be alone. What is a challenge now? And one speaker talked about this. How can we try to make sure that these teachers are well engaged in the teaching and love it? Because some of our educators, you'll find, they have just passed their undergraduate and full stop, no any studying any further. Because if it becomes like that, then it says this teacher is not professionally going to develop. Those are some of the things which I think in our deliberation, I'll get clarity on this, and to say, how can we try and influence our teachers, because we have been told in the olden days that a teacher is a lifelong learner. And if it's a lifelong learner, he had to learn regularly. But most of them, they have just qualified, graduated, full stop, then they go to class. Whereas every lesson has got its own challenge. Lesson that I teach today may not be similar to what I'm going to teach tomorrow with different learners, by the way. Thank you.
Can I take advantage, Ndate Mkhaladi, and ask that you share with the House how you work with teachers in your district, with math teachers in your district?
It's a very challenge, by the way, and thanks for that. We normally sit with teachers in a particular cluster. From our Skukune East, I will have Maragala cluster teachers for a particular grade. We took the whole day, and in the whole day from 8 o'clock to 3 o'clock, we have got a particular concept that expectation is that within a particular 2 weeks period, when they go to class, they were supposed to do this. And from my curriculum level is that when I'm going to school, I'm going to check out of what we have discussed before, whether they are on par with it. And if they are not, then I know that's where I'll get in. After the 2 weeks, the same teachers, they will come again, reporting, reflecting out of what they found in their class. And it will say to us, are we moving chronologically as per the ATP? And from the reflection, we may say, no, let us not go further. Let's be here and iron some other issues which we may found in our reflection. And by the way, one thing that personally I have seen is that most teachers, when they come to that meeting, lot of misconception, which all of us together we try to address. Myself just facilitating, and they'll be taking the lead.
Thank you for that. Ms. Poko, and then Mr. Mphahlele, you still have a word, and then you can also reflect on the implementation in Mpumalanga. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Legwa. In our district, what we do with our educators, we have actually adopted the 1+9 strategy. But then, even though we say it's a 1+9, we don't use the 9. We use 1+ whatever number of days. Maybe it will be 1+15 according to the ATP. Remember, if on the ATP, for instance, trigonometry has been allocated 3 weeks, it means it's 15 days. So to us, it will be 1+15. I'm sure you get my point. Then, what we do with the educators, we sit down and plan these lesson plans. But when we plan with them, we plan the activities, we do the activities together with them, and then at the end of the day, we give them a structure. If I want to answer Dr. Dlamini, we don't actually develop a lesson plan for the educators. We develop a structure that they can go and fit in, they fill in according to the needs of their learners. And then in terms of activities, we will decide with them which activities do we take, which activities will they be using at their respective schools. So the way I look at our structure, it's a bit different from what Prof. Arne has been presenting. And what we can learn from them is that when we can still continue with our 1+9, 1+15 or whatever. But what we did not do is we were not able to go back to the schools and see as to whether all those lessons are being presented as we did in the workshops with the educators. The reason why we can't do that, it's because of manpower. So we usually discuss with the departmental heads that they be the ones to go into the classrooms with the educators and see as to whether implementation is done accordingly. But we don't do it as maybe more than 2 monitors in one class. It will only be that one monitor. So what we can learn from Professor Arne's presentation, it's if we go to the schools, then we have to arrange with the, what do you call them? The knowledgeable others, so that there should be more than one who will go into the class and listen to the educator and evaluate the lesson and see as to whether it has been presented in the same way as it was in the workshops. So that is exactly what we do with our educators. In terms of the common tests, I'm just trying to highlight what Dr. Dlamini said. In terms of the common tests, we have decided to set common tests for our educators because we realized that the tests that they set, they were not standardized. And some of them, they were substandard. So that is why we took a decision that let's rather set the tests for them. Remember, when these learners are writing the common tests, there will be the controlled tests. Their use is for preparing and building learners up for formal assessment. So if learners are not being built up in the same way or in the same structure as the formal assessment will be, then it will be a futile exercise, because learners will be writing a test as if it will be a classwork. Then when it comes to the formal assessment, maybe the June exam or the trial exam, learners now start to struggle because they have not got used to the formal structure of the exam paper. That is why we set common tests for them, and the common test that we set, the structure is exactly the same way as they will find it at the end of the year.
Okay, that has been a mouthful. Before I let you go, I just wanted to check from the 1+ model. Do you have an opportunity for reflection? Or when we meet again, we are looking at the next topics that are coming according to the ATP?
We had planned earlier on initially that we will have a reflection time for the 1+9. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that. I'm just being honest.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mpatlele, and then you'll be the last one to speak, then we'll be breaking for lunch.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm responsible for GET mathematics in my district. We are applying the same method, which is 1+19, where we meet teachers and address some issues. So I think in the same breath with the lesson study, we are having the so-called PLCs in our districts. So these PLCs and their structure on how they work exactly the same as how lesson study should be conducted. The difference with our PLCs is that in the PLCs, educators sit together, identify problems, do a lesson plan on such a problem. They collaborate, and one educator volunteer to teach such a problem or such a topic. But the challenge is that this educator is now teaching the colleagues. It's not happening really in the real situation. That is our challenge. We are having lesson study mostly in South Africa, we are doing lesson study. But the challenge is that we are not doing it in a real practice, in classroom. We just plan together and teach one another and say that this lesson will work into the class. But because the idea, the people that we are teaching, they are not thinking like learners. So we just assume that that thing will work. And we call it a micro-teaching. After planning together, the volunteer will teach, then we reflect. Then that micro-teaching, we reflect on the micro-teaching, whether the educator was using enough resources, whether there was learning through that lesson. So currently, after learning about the lesson study, we have coined, I say in my district, we have coined the PLCs to say we are no longer going to meet at circuit level. Once you meet from a circuit, you identify a school. You go and plan at that school. After planning at that school, you go to class. If the problem is in grade 6, it's about fractions. After planning that lesson in fraction, you go to class of grade 6, teach that lesson with all those educators observing the lesson, then we reflect on learning. That's what we call lesson study in our section. And lastly, let me highlight the issue of teaching for problem solving, teaching about problem solving, and teaching through problem solving. What we have adopted is that in our lesson study would be using the teaching through problem solving. That involves inquiry in most cases. Then if we use the teaching through problem solving, all learners will be engaged, and we have seen that it's working, as learners will be investigating conjecture or theorems or others in that lesson. And lastly, Doctor, about the Mpumalanga issue. If I may answer it, Buditlen, it's about the DBE. DBE is now intending to launch lesson study in South Africa. But currently we are left with only 2 provinces, which is Northern Cape and Western Cape. Those 2 provinces, they have never been engaged in lesson study. So all the provinces have been, we have the knowledgeable others in all our provinces, except these 2 provinces. So next year, these 2 provinces will be taken on lesson study. In Limpopo, July, we'll be launching lesson study, and the other two after being inducted with lesson study. The whole South Africa will be launching lesson study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Prof, this discussion and background shapes better the workshop for tomorrow, because it shows what ground do we have to start working from, and then in what ways can we shape it so that it can be more impactful for the learning of the learners. So I am not going to try to sum it up in terms of what is it that I saw through the window of the district now. I will do that when we come back, just before we go to the reflections, so that it will be a way of refreshing our minds, and then we will go into the reflections. So we are going to break now for lunch, colleagues, and then I request that we reconvene at 13:45 here. Thank you very much. Let's enjoy the lunch.
One, two, two. Yeah.
Colleagues, we can settle and let me say welcome back. In terms of our program, we are supposed to be going to reflections, which will be followed by closure, votes of thanks, and campus tour. The reflections will have Dr. Maputa, who will be leading us as we reflect. Before we went to our lunch break, we were trying to establish as to how do our curriculum advisors work with their teachers, in a way borrowing from the concept of lesson study. And just to sum it in, depending on what time is allocated for a particular topic. So if they are going to teach trigonometry and is allocated 3 weeks, so it means it will be 1 plus 15, because those are the number of days that are there. Then what they do is, together with the teachers, they design learning activities that the teachers are going to use in the teaching of the various concepts of trigonometry, and they provide the teacher with a template in the form of a lesson plan that the teachers should work from as and when they prepare individual lessons using the set of activities. Then Mr. Mpatlele took us a little bit further to say, though they had professional communities of learning, the professional learning communities, the PLCs, in the different circuits, now they are pushing it to work at a district level. So what they do is the same in terms of working together in the preparation, but previously they were adopting a micro-teaching where what has been prepared will be taught by one of the teachers to the teachers. But now they are moving in a model where they will teach in an actual classroom with the other teachers observing. So as and when we reflect, I want us to also consider what opportunities are there and what adaptations are possible for us in terms of how lesson study is conceptualized itself. We're looking at the model that the subject advisors are using, and then we are saying, what can our role be as university teacher educators who are also having a mandate of continuous professional teacher development? And then for the district themselves is, how can we forge a collaboration that can benefit ultimately the learner, but the different stakeholders are party to it. So that is the teachers are there, that is the university is there, that is the Department of Education in terms of the district is also there. And we are seen to be working towards a common goal. The goal is clear, it's we want the learner to pass. But as and when they shared, you could see missed opportunities. For example, if teachers, they set tests that are not of the right level, and we decide we will set the tests for them, is that empowering to the teachers in terms of making sure that their assessments are at a right level? So it's a missed opportunity for teacher development. When we have planned together and we went back to teach, the reflections themselves, do they center on student learning, or do they center on, did the teacher present the lesson as it was agreed or as it was conceptualized? Whereas my thinking is, in terms of lesson study, we are saying the ultimate goal is learning. So in reflection, we should be saying, how is learning evidenced or not in terms of what we have planned. Hence, we had seen in those videos that we were shown that for the first one, the learners could not, all of them, see the pattern. So that is learning itself. The reflection was not on how did the teacher onboard the learners into that day's lesson. The reflection was on whether learners learned what was desired or not. So when we do classroom support of teachers, where do the touch focus when we reflect? Do we reflect on whether there was learning and what is it that evidenced it? Or we reflect on what the teacher did right or did not do right? So I'm just trying to open it up in terms of as and when we reflect. My earlier comment was that we don't necessarily have an ambition to do a copy and paste, but we need to try to find ourselves within this broad idea of lesson study. If we cannot adopt the entire model, it's okay, but we must have reasons to say we are borrowing this and we are leaving this out because, and it can be supplemented by this. So we need to think more broadly, because if we can want to just fit ourselves in, it will limit us in terms of exploring possibilities. That is why Prof presented two representations of the lesson study from Japan and as from the US. The activities are the same, but the time spent in each country is different. And that could be contextual. That could be because of many other reasons. So we may not, at the end, find ourselves in the Japan kind of a pyramid or the US one, but a different one. But we say it is inspired by the whole idea of lesson study. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Maputa, who will be leading us in the reflections. Dr. Maputa, at 2:30, Professor Singh will do the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We have been listening, we have been interacting throughout the whole seminar. So now, the program director has indicated to me that the activity which I have planned, the reflection activity which I've planned, is going to take more time. It's better we just engage so that we save time. By 2:30, you said? 2:30. Thank you. So we have been listening since morning and we have gathered knowledge. I can say we are now knowledgeable, as Mphahlele has put it. We are now knowledgeable with regard to lesson study. So we have to reflect on what we got. You are my class, and I'm going to point you one by one. We are reflecting on what we have learned today. We are reflecting on what we have learned today, okay? For me, I've learned that with lesson study, because the angle which I have got this idea of lesson study maybe is different from Mashaba. I heard someone saying they focus on a certain topic. Maybe they say trigonometric equations. For me, I'm focusing on it with a research point of view, to say we are having this idea which we want to research about through a lesson study. So what I got is that when teachers are doing observations during where one teacher is teaching, from my point of view, the data which I'll be collecting will be the one which is responding or which will help me to respond to the research question which I have posed. And we collect this data during the teaching and learning process. That is what Dr. Legwa indicated, that we are not focusing on what the teacher do in the classroom, but the focus will be on the learning process. Did the learner learn? The other thing which I got, especially on the videos, is the resources. If you can check the learners there, they were having models. They were able to connect mathematics with real world. This is the issue of extra mathematical connections. They connected mathematics, the abstract mathematics, with the concrete. So in our case, maybe during as teachers, maybe during our planning of the lessons, we have to take into consideration the resources which need to be used. If there are no resources, we have to improvise. And again, I got that the CAs, what the CAs are doing during lesson studies, but my question was, are they able to anticipate the misconceptions and errors which learners will have with regard to the concept which they are going to teach? That was part of my problem. I mean, a problem which I had. So we should make it a point that when we plan the lessons, we anticipate misconceptions and errors which learners will have. So now I'm moving to you. What have you learned? Oh, by the way. What have you learned? Manari, then, where is the mic? Then Sesikabelo. Then Khanki. At the back there is Paul. Dr. Mutodi.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to talk while standing with this one. I think what we've learned is that what I have learned is that lesson study is a very reflective process, and it has got quite a lot of opportunities to learn what it means to teach mathematics. And but I also learned that there are a number of ways that we understand mathematics teaching to be. While I understand Dr. Mukwana's idea of mathematics passing, I know there are many interpretations to that part, that aspect of pass. And I want to make a picture, give a picture of this. At some stage, I was involved in a project in which we were teaching first-year students, top first-year students in matric, people who got 100% in mathematics, in top universities, doing science, all maths-related and science-related qualifications. In February of the year that the project started, we gave those students a test, which was the exam that they got total and 90 and all of that. We changed the order of the questions. They failed. Okay? And they have passed. So it means they may not have understood. So it means they cannot use mathematics in the professions that they are actually going into. Now, but there are some low-hanging fruits that we have that are initiatives of the DBE. some time ago, the DBE produced a booklet that is called Foundation Phase Mathematics Teaching Handbook. It outlines a number of things that are about what it means to teach mathematics, and that are in many countries are actually adopted and all of those. And part of the things that they are actually talking about is the 5 strands of mathematical proficiencies. Another one was in 2019 launched, and that was TMU, Teaching Mathematics for Understanding framework. That also outlines those 5 strands of mathematical proficiencies. And in there you would notice that procedures is just one of the 5. It's not the only thing that shows that you understand mathematics. These documents are available, and these were initiatives of the DBE that I find quite useful. And then it's not, they're giving a general picture of what you can do. They're giving examples, but at times, what is problematic about the examples that are given there is that people take those and teach to those things, rather than getting a bigger picture of what it is that can be done. I think those are the kind of documents that we can make use of as we grapple with what it means to teach mathematics for understanding. And I know most of us, when we say pass mathematics, what we put in there is that there is understanding. But the interpretation that we get is that people take past papers of grade 12 and get the learners to be able to pass matric, to pass their grade 12. Passing mathematics does not start in grade 12. It starts right from grade 1, because there is a connection between every mathematics aspect that is learned from down there throughout, and it is application of those things that is very important. And what I also picked up is Dr. Tau spoke about when you learn to drive, you must get into the driver's seat and drive. And when we want our learners to learn mathematics, we must get them to do mathematics. We must not do the mathematics for them. It is very, very important. And some would actually argue that when they do mathematics, they take quite a long time than when you give them the procedures. But if you look at the exponential effect of once they understand how much time they take to understand other things, they actually supersede giving them procedures all the time, because even in grade 12, they still do not know how to multiply, and yet they have started that in grade 1. So it's very important that we engage our learners in doing mathematics rather than doing mathematics for them. Thank you very much.
Prof. Chweni.
Thank you very much. In my case, I would like to raise the concerns about the challenges that we may encounter when we try to collaborate, because of exactly what he talked about. What does it mean to learn mathematics? Lesson studies are meant for us as teachers to develop our PCK, part of that being knowing our learners and knowing how they are likely to think, and knowing how best to prepare teaching in such a way that learning will take place. And it is that definition of learning that becomes a challenge in terms of negotiation, of collaboration. So in this case, as Sis Khaladi has said, if you come in as a researcher to work with teachers, that collaboration needs to be negotiated. And it needs to be negotiated in an open environment, not in a closed environment. And it's not going to be an easy negotiation. So the starting point should be something that we tread on meaning the universities and the schools, the universities and the circuits, the universities and the districts. We're going into new grounds, and I'm taking it that when I'm saying we are going into new grounds, it's saying we've got a silent agreement that we are going to work together. So if we are going to be working together silently, we're going to be treading on new fields, and I think in a way we need to be open-minded about the whole thing. And Ntate Study, what you have said is a challenge in itself. You will be coming in with your own conceptions of what teaching is, of what mathematics and its agency are, and you would be negotiating that belief with the people that you'll be working with. A case in point is the lunch discussion that I had with Mr. Tab. You know, we were talking about the knowledgeable other, and we kept on talking about the knowledgeable other. And I've accepted that we are using the same words, meaning different things. So that in itself, it makes me think of how best do I work with him, and I would love to work with him. How best do I work with him in such a way that we can clear these boundaries of saying this is how I do things, and I know it works, and in my case I will be saying where is the evidence that it works, because I need to be able to say in these classes when we say learning has taken place, this is the evidence. And you are saying sometimes a pass mark is not saying they have learned, and those are things that may need to be negotiated when we work together.
Thank you. Is it Paul, Dr. Mtodi?
Thank you. From what I've learned, a lesson study, at the beginning it was like it's a simple process, but later on I discovered that it is a complex process. It can be used as research design in which teachers or subject specialists work collaboratively. It has 4 steps, which are study, plan, teach, and then reflect. Right? It can be used to assess student thinking on a problematic topic. We have problematic topics, let's say at high school, like Euclidean geometry, where subject specialists can combine efforts and work collaboratively to discover learners' challenges and find ways of solving that problem. Either one of them can teach while others are observing, and then they then critically examine the lesson and see where learners are likely to have misconceptions and so on. Thank you very much.
I think it's Bila. Bila.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. The reflection is based on the fact that with lesson study, the educators have to collaborate. And like the curriculum team has indicated how they do it in their respective spaces. The main concern that I'm having is that in those meetings where we are collaborating as educators, the main thing that we focus on mostly is the content itself. We go there, the question would be posed, we work on the question, we provide different the solution using different methods, of which personally I think in terms of determining the solution to a particular problem, as educators we are not having that much of a problem. But the problematic area in our teaching, in most cases I think is the methodology part. Now, my plea is that to the curriculum team is that if they can go back and try to think of a way in which whenever they meet in terms of teacher development programs, they try by all means to also improve the teaching methodology, so that in our respective classes, because we're having different learners in our respective areas, we will be able to assist them, we will be able to teach them. Because most of the time, if we neglect the methodology part, that is where I think we are missing it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mphahlele Khanki.
Okay, afternoon, colleagues. I don't know whether protocol allows me to speak after my seniors have spoken, but I just want to say one input. As the program director wanted me to say something. I just want to say it in this way. Ntate Manare, on the 25th of May, he posted this question on a Mesa group. When I was 4 years old, my sister was half my age. Now I am 18, how old is my sister? People are still debating this question even up to today. The first one, when answering this, started by saying, let my age be X. Then he or she did a lot of calculations. I have it here. Until he said, sister's age now is 9. So I'm saying this scenario to show that, to agree with Dr. Kabelo and Dr. Manar that we think people are learning maths. Actually, these people are not learning maths. Because if you have learned maths, you know if I'm 2 years older than Khaladi, even after 60 years, I will remain 2 years older than her. There's no way at one stage, because when I was 4, he was 2, he was half my age, then it means when I'm 18, he's 9. Teachers are saying that, let alone learners, because it's the way we learned maths. I want to say, presently when we say learning, I want to say, to agree with Dr. Halukwa, that actually it's not learning. We are not learning mathematics, we are just memorizing, practicing algorithms, and we think we have learned maths. That is supported by the research that Manar just said. A person who got distinction, come in January, you give the same exam, that person won't pass it. So to cut the long story short, because I took a break, what I've learned or I've realized is that this lesson study, it's really coming to our rescue, and it's going to give us some solutions, but it's coming to our rescue, and at the same time, it's also posing a serious challenge. A serious challenge in which way? If we adopt it, of now, it's not very relevant. It's good, we need it, but if we put it in practice, it's parallel to our way of assessing these learners. Remember, we are now talking of assessment for learning. I think it does support assessment for learning, yes. But we have a challenge when we come to assessment of learning. We take this route now, our learners won't survive our way of assessing, because we have this final exam, and that final exam in itself, it prescribes to us how we teach these learners. Because presently, come whatever teacher, now teachers cannot even go to class or think of teaching without do something. And I was checking. In almost with all my colleagues, I said, you have been teaching calculus for 14 years. You have been teaching calculus for 20 years. What is calculus? Even today, I couldn't get the answer from teachers, but they've been teaching it for 20 years. Then I said, again, I wanted to know, because I was compiling something. I was trying to come up with something that is new. Then I said, actually, what is this derivative? You'll find that all learners can differentiate, but ask them what is a derivative, they don't know. Even most of us educators, we have been teaching these learners to differentiate for more than 2 decades. But if I can ask, what is a derivative? I'm afraid. So lesson study, now it's coming up with a solution because it encourages that we sit together. We cannot go to class and teach calculus with one of us not knowing it. Because first thing when we are together and we are preparing, we will ask ourselves, we see, now we are preparing a lesson for calculus. We will all start with what is calculus. Then I think it will be bringing improvement to our teaching. Then within, we are going to meet things like derivatives. We are not going to rush to rules for differentiation and train those learners just to memorize the algorithmic steps. First thing when we are together, we'll say, actually, before we go further, what are these derivatives? So to cut the long story short, I think lesson study is bringing answers and solutions and improvement to our way of teaching, but I'm very much afraid even if we adopt it, it doesn't tally with how we assess this learner in terms of assessment of learning, which means when we want teachers to consider this lesson study approach, it means the system must also get restructured in terms of assessment. So that's, I came here, now I'm going home with answers and lot of questions and frustrations. So I wish, again, the presenters can attend or to address this issue that if we go the lesson study route, then how will our assessment look like? Thank you.
Thank you. We have, let me take another round of reflections. We have Dr. Dlamini. Dr. Dlamini's hand was up. Who is the other one? Sihlangu. And is Dlamini Sihlangu? Let me write down. Mukobani. Oh, ish. I know almost everyone here. Mukobani, Dlamini, Mgaladi. We start with Dlamini. Dlamini. Go to Dlamini, Glenn. We have Dlamini, we have Sihlangu. We have Mukobani. We have Mgaladi.
Thank you. My comment will build up from what Mpatlele has just said. I think his last contribution is critical. I remember at some stage the department tried to change the grade 12 question paper to test understanding in the maths question paper, and those learners failed dismally. And I know that even Umalusi had to adjust the marks. I think that was in 2020 or 19. And having that in mind, to say, that goes back to my question that I asked in the morning, which was not fully answered, to say, how do you test what was not taught in terms of assessment? So meaning, with the lesson study, I agree the assessment will be a challenge, but I don't think if lesson study are adopted, they can just fly in as quick as like that. There should be a process to say, we adopt them at this level up until the exit level. And then this is how slowly we are going to do it and change the system, because the system cannot change overnight. And also, in terms of lesson studies, this is saying to DBE, the border gates that you created between yourselves and the teachers, and that, I won't say it's DBE, that all of us we have created. Because I see DBE operating there, I see teachers operating in the classroom alone. I see us as lecturers operating somewhere in our spaces. When Patleles got, maybe they are having those lesson studies in their districts, they would hardly say, I must come in and be part to that process, because the teachers that they receive come from us. And it's like the teachers that we produce, they don't fit into the system. So let us break the barriers. When you have that workshop with your teachers, call me, I will come. If my HOD is here, he will release me when it's community engagement. I know, he releases me. And he will give me a car to drive there. I won't need petrol from you. That's part of our work, community engagement. We do research, community engagement and teaching. So call me and say, you know, there is this aspect, that's part of collaboration. There is this aspect that I want you to bring, like someone in terms of the teachers was talking about the methodology. I am a methodology teacher on campus. And it doesn't mean that I've got all the solutions, but my contribution will be meaningful. Ask the colleagues in AMESA how we engage in our space. The contribution that we bring together with Manare from the university. You didn't give me time, program director. Oh, I'm wrapping up. So what I'm saying is that the lesson studies are saying, let's work together. Because we are in a system, let's stop pointing fingers to say the subject advisors are not doing this, the lecturers are not doing this. Let us blame all of us if we have failed. We are going to go back to the drawing boards and replan until we get it right. That's what lesson studies are saying to us. To say, know what I am offering, and I will know what we are offering, and we are going to be partners in this solution, that in this problem that we are having. But again, let's stop. Let's stop pushing, because the Congress, AMESA this year, is saying we must not fight for results. Because if your systems are clear, results will come automatically. If you have worked hard from grade 8 to 12, the results in grade 12 will come automatically. So let us work hand in hand. We are available as maths educators from the institution. Like what Kabelo said earlier, to say, let us start collaborating informally before we make it formal. Because the processes can take time and the damage is happening each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Sihlangu.
My reflections for today, as I was listening to the speakers and the commenters about what a lesson study is, what came to my mind, or what triggered my mind was, we already have programs which are running, like 9+1 or 1+9, 15. But then my question was, how then do we ensure that the program that we are having can fit as a lesson study, other than taking a lesson study and bringing it all in education? For example, I said we have 1+9, and then the teachers are planning, and then what is the goal in the 1+9? Because for us to have a lesson study, we need to come up with a goal for planning. Are we planning to finish the syllabus? Or are we planning to pass learners? Or are we planning to develop teachers so that they develop learners' understanding? So we need to take that and say, what will it mean in our case if we are to implement a lesson study? And I would also say, if they are planning together, they discuss how they're going to implement. What happens in the case where, when they are implementing, the strategies do not work? Do they have room to say, can we then go back again and see which strategies we can use? So that would be an opportunity for us to then come in to say, can we identify a smaller group that is not far from each other, which they can collaborate using the same project? But in that sense, would say these teachers need to collaborate. They do not need to be alone in implementing, and so that they'll be able to reflect about the teaching, or rather the challenges. Also, what I have also noted here was the issue that they've spoken about, the assessment, to say, what is the purpose of a lesson study? Are we using it to inform assessment, or are we using it to inform teacher development? So if we can be able to answer that question, I think we wouldn't be stressed about how learners would be assessed, but we should think about how the lesson study is going to develop the teachers. Because as I was listening, it is a lesson study. We identify a lesson. So if we are saying the lesson will focus on trigonometry, it does not mean it is going to affect the entire teaching process, but will only focus on collaborating during that period where that topic or that lesson is being implemented, and then they reflect on that lesson. So that can happen once in a year or twice in a year, depending on how we want it to happen. And then one last thing is, we also need to think about how do we then convert the lessons that they initially have to become research lessons? Because they are planning, they have the lessons, but are they research lessons? So we need to also think about that, which is something that I'm thinking about as I'm sitting here. And the last thing is, what will it mean for us to adopt a lesson study in South Africa? Do we need to adopt the ATP, or do we need to identify aspects in our ATP which we need our teachers to be developed in? We should say we'll look at either term 1 or term 2 to say our lesson study will focus on term 2, specifically on this topic. Then we know that our lesson study happens once in a year in term 2, and then we see how it goes. And then I think maybe that's how we need to think about it, and not think about the implications which it can bring. We need to test the waters, get into the car and see if we are driving or not. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mukobane.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Afternoon.
My takeaway from this seminar in terms of the lesson study, it's the collaboration part. Some of the gaps that we have within our system or among our teachers could be addressed through the collaboration part within the lesson study. If you look in the results that we get in grade 12 and you compare them with the results in grade 10, grade 11, grade 12 results are always better than grade 10 and 11. And try to think about why is that. It's because in grade 12, there is a lot of reflection, assessment. Learners are not only exposed at the end of the term or during the common assessment tasks, but in grade 10 and 11 in some schools you find learners will only see an activity or a formal activity at the end of the quarter. But then if we take advantage, not necessarily adopting the whole process of lesson study, there are elements that we can borrow which will help us close some of the gaps that we're experiencing. We have teachers who fail to plan for a particular topic because of the gap that they have in that topic. And remember as well, when a teacher enrolls for teaching, the teacher knowledge in terms of the subject is at a particular level. And as the time goes, the teacher prepares for teaching. Some of our teachers complain that our university courses do not prepare us for what we are going to do in the classroom. And I normally reply by saying, but they prepare you to think. So if you can learn, if you can capture the thinking part and run with it, there's nothing that will be difficult for you when you get at a school environment. So the collaboration part among those who have a good background or foundation in terms of the subject, together with those who are lacking, and then I think we'll go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mgaladi, you'll be the last one. We are running behind time.
All right, thank you, colleagues. Some few
Sorry.
that I can reflect on, and which, by the way, I think they are positive. Hoping from this, it will be a sort of a marching order or going forward. A collaboration or working together of yourself as higher institution and schools, because for now, looks to be a gap. You are training these teachers to get to school, then after that, there is no any contact with themselves to find out if they are doing as expected. But I think from this point, now we are moving closer to that, to say, as a higher institution and as schools, can we be closer to each other? One other thing that we are going to take in here, in our teacher coming together, which is part of the component in the lesson study, is for teacher coming together in their 1+9, their 1+20, or whatever, working together, sharing ideas, because in the teaching is not necessarily getting answers to a particular question. It's a question of trying to understand what does a particular question say and how to work it out. Because in many instances, we only find the answers and we think we are doing it right, and which is not. One other thing that we are supposed to look at it, and I found it in our deliberation, was a question of assessment. And then it may be very difficult in terms of saying, how can you assess my learner whereas you were not part of the teaching of my learner? Which I think is very good. But I think it is just being used as a sort of a strategy in a way, because we are not yet there. where our teachers will say, all right, I'm supposed to cover this at this particular times of period. Because if we are just saying, all right, let each school do its own assessment, sometimes school A and school B, you'll find that there's a very serious gap in terms of the content knowledge for our kids. Now, just part of a strategy, that's why we are simply said, let them just write a common assessment, even though we know it's not a policy matter, but it's part of a strategy of saying, all right, can they improve, can they work, can they cover a particular scope? Because I'm not going to say all, but most of our teachers, it becomes very, very difficult just to set an assessment, just to set a test. And when we are working together with them, helping them, obviously we are empowering them, because it needs to be noted from the district level that even if we are saying the common test, necessarily they are not set by ourselves as curriculum. They are set by those teachers with our facilitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have reflected, and what I got from the reflections is that maybe up to now, some of us, we don't know the purpose of the lesson study. Because if the purpose is for learner to learn, then we won't worry about assessment. Because if the learner has learned the concepts very well, then assessment will be, whether assessment of learning or assessment for learning, then that one is not a problem. It can't be a problem for them. Then we have identified some challenges. There are many challenges which emanated from our discussions now, or from our reflections. Manare has indicated several policies. There is mathematics teaching and learning framework, and that one, for South Africa, that one is aimed at learning-centered classroom, not learner-centered, but learning-centered classroom. Then this is the direction which the lesson study is taking us to, from my point of view, of course. And lastly, lesson study is going to take us away from the I syndrome. My class, my learners, I did this, my learners passed well, my learners, I am a good teacher. You see, those type of things, because being good and being alone at your own school, whereas you are not helping a school next door, that is not good in itself. Then collaboration between teachers and lecturers, which needs to be negotiated. I think we have already started. We have established collaboration. It has started. We are now collaborating with teachers. We are now collaborating with the curriculum advisors. We didn't hear much from the teachers because the people who reflected here were the lecturers, and mostly lecturers and the curriculum advisors. It was only one teacher. Maybe tomorrow during reflections, the teachers will tell us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maputa and colleagues. Can we give that a round of applause? We have come to the end of our program for day one. And in terms of the program items, I'm going to invite Professor Singh, our head of department, to come and do the vote of thanks, to make sure that when he's doing the vote of thanks, I don't come back and speak again. I will just give direction in terms of the campus tour. So The campus tour, it will be Professor Jacobson, maths education staff, and then we are also inviting one curriculum advisor per district, and our stops, as I was informed, are as follows. We'll be visiting the international office, and then we'll be visiting the Office of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Partnerships, and then we'll also be visiting the School of Education. And that's how the campus tour is arranged. We will meet again tomorrow. We're starting at 9. And from my side, thank you very much, Professor Singh.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. And sometimes when I think about myself, I will describe myself as a person, a science person, right, who has a science DNA, but with a maths heart that pumps. All right, so that's how I would describe myself. But however, from my side, as the head of department, one of the things that's most important for me is the following. When we listen to whatever has happened today, right, one of the things that stands out is that there is a need for networking and partnership. And that is essential to ensure that whatever happens in our South African classrooms, networking and partnerships can help improve the status of all our students. And I think that is something that's important. Also, what is important for you, we've heard this over and over and over again, the aspect of collaboration. When we go and look at the 21st century skills, we notice that collaboration is one of the 21st century skills. However, in our South African system, you will find that collaboration is not something that is actually promoted, right? And it's something that we need to be able to say we need to change that, all right? So from my side, I am supposed to be doing the vote of thanks on behalf of the director, right? So I think I'm not sure whether I'm a prettier version or a more handsome version than that, all right? But however, all right, so first of all, let me say thank you first of all to Professor Jacobson. Thank you for making time in your busy schedule, right, to ensure that you come to us first before you go to the AMISA conference. We really appreciate your enlightening talk, and I'm sure everybody here today has gained and benefit from your insight, your understanding and your knowledge, and this aspect of lesson studying, right, has benefited, right, everybody that is present. So we say thank you, right, most sincerely for actually setting out your time to come and join us, right, for this particular workshop. To the university management, right, you notice they are absent at the moment. However, right, our first person we'd like to thank was Professor Madachi, right, and then he's our DVC for teaching and learning, and then also the director for the international office, right, Professor Bomba Kokana, and then also Professor Rapapa, our research professor in the Faculty of Humanities, was also with us. And lastly, Professor Maruma, she did join early in the morning, but had other pressing matters to attend to, right? So we are so grateful that our management actually supported this event, and we also thank Professor Madachi and Professor Bambo Kekana for the words of wisdom, right, and the words of encouragement, and I think it has been well received by everybody. Also, we'd like to extend a warm thanks to our marketing division. Right, you can see there's lots of cameras. It's the first time I'm being in a workshop, lots of cameras and all of those things, but we thank them most sincerely, right, the marketing team. We also thank them for making sure that this workshop, while we are here at this particular venue, but the workshop has also been extended, right, to a wider audience, and people have been able to view this workshop on a live stream. Right, so we want to say thank you for everything, and also thank you for making sure that it is promoted on all the social media platforms. Right, we really appreciate that. And so from the department, right, and from everybody present, we are right glad. So if you see yourself on TV or you see yourself on the social media platform, right, we extend that thanks to the marketing team. Also, we want to thank all the teachers, all the subject advisors, all our postgraduate students, right, right, for attending today. We trust that your eye has been opened, and we trust that your learning journey has been enriched, right, by this particular workshop. So we pray that in everything that you do, you'll be able to go back and implement some of the things that you've learned here. So, right, thank you for all of that. We trust that whatever you're going to do going forward, right, this can be a seed to go back and transform what is happening in our classrooms, not only in the Limpopo province, but across the country. Also, we want to say thank you to the staff from Deemster and also from the School, right, of Education. We say thank you for supporting this event, right? Thank you to making sure that this was a success. Thank you for making everything possible. All right. For this particular workshop, you all do know that somebody has to work behind the scenes. All right. So I want to extend a warm thank you to Dr. Dlamini, and also to our departmental secretary. She's not here, right? Her name is Umpo Maponia, right? And all the hard work that she's done behind the scenes to make sure, right, that everything comes to fruition. To the rest of the maths team, right, without your support, right, Dr. Dlamini would not have been able to put all of this together. So thank you for you, right, and making sure all this happens. Thank you for also motivating your students to be here, right, because this eventually is not only about us, but it's also about our students, all right? So as we adjourn for today, right, tomorrow is a brand new day, and tomorrow we have an opportunity to be able to see lesson practice, right, from a very practical perspective. So that's what we are actually looking forward to, right, when we start off tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, enjoy the tour, right, and we will take it from there. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you, and have a good afternoon. Thank you.